Good evening, everyone. It's 6:01 p.m. Let me go ahead and call this meeting to order. First item on the agenda is to see if we have quorum. If I could ask you to identify yourself, starting from my right.
Jessica Ochoa, present.
Carlos Margo, present.
Anita Chavez, present.
Centennial, present.
Rosalba Hernandez, present.
Celso Gomez Jr., present.
We have everyone here. We have quorum. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to do so, please stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. All right, we will now move on to agenda item 4, staff recognition. I'm going to please ask Ms. Jessica Ochoa, board member, and Mr. Celso Gomez, both board members, they could stand in the front for recognition. Item 4.1, recognition of Head Start Teacher of the Year. I'd like to ask Ms. Mayra Ramos, Executive Director, Early Learning, to approach the podium for her presentation. But that does not look like Ms. Mayra Ramos.
It does not.
Dr. Little, if you could do the honors.
Thank you. Ms. Ramos is doing very important learning about early literacy this week, so I am going to gladly fill in for her for this announcement and recognition. We are so excited tonight to celebrate Mr. Jose Reyes, pre-K teacher at Juan Seguin Elementary. For the first time, Head Start of Hidalgo County. Are we good with sounds?
Something's wrong with the audio a little bit.
Okay. For the first time, Head Start of Hidalgo County recognized a Teacher of the Year for their Head Start program. So over 44 teachers across the county were recognized, with one being designated as the county-wide Head Start Teacher of the Year. And we're so excited that that's our very own Mr. Jose Reyes. If you ever get the chance to meet with him or speak with him or see his classroom, you will certainly notice the passion that he's bringing to young children every day, making his classroom a place that is really warm, really inviting, really inspiring to young children. And that's certainly going to pay off for their life for a very long time. I am also very happy to announce and celebrate that Mr. Jose Reyes is continuing with us as an ACE teacher next year as well. So already having been recognized as one of our best teachers in the district, and we're so excited to continue to have him as part of ACE. He is right over there now. So thank you so much. Congratulations, and we really appreciate what you're doing for us today.
Wow.
Yay!
Congratulations to you, sir. Well deserved. Thank you, Dr. Little. And thank you for acknowledging the great work that Head Start does. Next item on the agenda is 5.1, and that is the Joya ISD Centennial Committee, the historical presentation. I've been looking forward to this one. So if those individuals that are here could make their way to the podium. If I'm not mistaken, it's Mr. Ivan Silva and Mr. Chapa. Recognize the hat. Thank you again for making your way to today's meeting. We're looking forward to this portion of your presentation.
All right, thank you for having us again today. We're very excited to come back and add one more chapter to the history of our amazing district. So today we're going to focus on the time period from 1986 to 2005 as we get closer to where we are today. So we'll start with just a little bit of background. In the mid-1980s, our school district was having continued actually its rapid population growth that it was experiencing. And as the population in the school district increased, so did the need for continued investment in infrastructure, staffing, and really creating a more robust educational programming. So this era set the foundation for future expansion, which we continued seeing throughout the following 20 years. So in the 1980s, we had our superintendent of schools, Miguel de los Santos. So Dr. de los Santos was served from 1979 to 1987. Shortly after he left, he took a position in Houston ISD as deputy superintendent. At that time, that opened the door for a face that's familiar to our meetings here and also to our school board, is Dr. Zamora, who led the district between 1987 to 1992, then again served between 1997 and 2003. Dr. Zamora began his career with La Joya ISD in 1980 as a high school principal and would serve as superintendent at the aforementioned time until his retirement. During his time away, though, he served as an executive assistant to the Commissioner of Education and then as an executive director for the Region 1 Education Service Center. During his time as superintendent, the Texas Education Agency named La Joya ISD as a recognized school district composed of 13 exemplary campuses and recognized schools. The district was also home to the only blue ribbon school in Region 1 at the time, which is, again, a testament to the continued legacy of excellence that we've developed in our school district since its inception. Additionally, at this time period, we also had Superintendent Doyle that served the district between 1992 to 1997. And at that time, the school district experienced 5 years of exponential growth with numerous schools being built and opening during his tenure. Then we also moved into the tenure of Ms. Filomena Leo, who served the district between 2003 to 2006. Dr. Leo began her career as a teacher in the La Joya Independent School District. Over time, she advanced to roles as counselor and principal, ultimately becoming superintendent after earning her doctorate in educational leadership from the University of Texas Pan American. And as superintendent, Dr. Leo focused on unifying this district and fostering a collaborative environment. After retiring from the school district in 2006, she continued her service in education by taking on the interim superintendent roles in several nearby districts, also continuing that expansion of really teaching our community and engaging in that leadership that has been built in our district continuously. Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to add that I was on the school board with all of those four superintendents. And one of the things that I think we should be proud of, especially Dr. De Los Santos, Dr. Zamora, Ms. Leo, they have, among some of our other ex-superintendents, have had the opportunity to teach now at the University of Texas RTV and are teaching future superintendents and administrators to advance their education. And Dr. Leo is, I think, one of the persons that's in very big demand when surrounding school districts are in need of an interim superintendent. So I think that's something that we should be proud of.
Correct. And then as we moved into the 90s, we saw continued growth and expansion, not only in our population, but just the demographic of the district also changed, prompting new school construction once again and rezoning needs. During this period, the La Joya ISD worked to maintain quality while adapting to the growth. New campuses were established to meet the needs of diverse communities. And throughout the early 1990s and the 2000s, schools were opened once again, which helped relieve overcrowding and brought educational access closer to students throughout the district. And as we'll see on the slide presented here, we grew from a population of about 9,000 students to 23,000 students plus. And that's a huge boom during that time period, which made it a challenge to meet the demands of the buildings and also our staff and the services we're providing to our students. At that time, we were 99% Hispanic, 90% plus economically disadvantaged, and we also had the onset and emergence of the colonias surrounding the major cities or the main cities of our district. And so that population boom was pretty fantastic.
One figure that Dr. De Los Santos gave us back in November of 1985, that's kind of where the boom started, was that from November 26, 1985, we had had an increase of 1,100 students from the prior year. And as Ivan has pointed out, with the emerging colonias, that's what made cheap land attractive. And so we not only had people from the surrounding areas moving into our district, but we had people from down valley and up valley that were coming to our district because land was so affordable.
And so all of these changes and the responses from the school district, and so you'll see in some of these images, we had a grant to actually bring computers into the schools that was awarded to the district. We started bringing different types of programming into the school, including you have a picture there with Spider-Man visiting one of our schools, as we continue to offer a lot of this community engagement, community support, and community teaching to ensure that we're meeting those needs of our diverse population as it continues to grow. On this next slide, we'll look at some of the new schools and expansion that occurred. So roughly, well, in the years of 1987, 1992, 1998, 2000, and 2002, several bonds were passed. And the need here was to fund new facilities and upgrades, and the district successfully passed these bond initiatives throughout that time period. These were instrumental in building the modern infrastructure and modern campuses and the upgrading of some of the buildings and transportation and that we needed at the time. Also improving access to technology and investing directly in things that impacted classroom education. So these bonds actually were in above of $219 million from the state, IFA, and EDA funding. Some of the projects that we used some money towards is the New La Joya High School, Palmview High School, and various elementaries that opened at the time, including a new transportation center, libraries, and a science lab. So just continuing to provide support and access to our students across the district.
In 1997, I think it's one of the buildings that still brings a lot of pride and I think will continue to be a shining point in the history of this district, was the construction of the Performing Arts Center. We hired the architects in 1987, and the building was completed in the year 2000. It was, we think, at the time, for the area south of San Antonio, it was probably one of the shining examples of a freestanding high school or district serving Performing Arts Center. We had many school districts come and visit it, and this came at a time when a lot of the school districts, including ourselves, we had cafetoriums. So most of our plays are one-act plays and choir performances and band concerts were usually done in the cafeteria. We had tried a cafetorium at the then existing high school. You might notice in La Joya, there's kind of scaled down. We got that idea from Edinburgh, but it didn't work out, and the stage didn't work out. So the question was asked by the school board. We found out that there was some state, federal money available for school districts like ours. We fit all the criteria. We got a humongous grant, and plus we passed a bond issue. And I think at that time it was a $43 million bond issue. And we got essentially the Performing Arts Center paid for totally through that grant. So it didn't cost the taxpayers anything. And like I say, it had it continues to be a state-of-the-art building. And I know it has some problems now, but with rain and stuff like that. But it's something that has, I think, really paid off for our students and our community, and something that other districts envied us for.
So at that time, we also introduced several standout programs, from bilingual and early childhood programs to expanded career and technical education pathways. The district made strategic decisions to support both college and career readiness that time period. So as the district grew, so did the need for transportation and other infrastructure. And on the next slide, you'll see just a timeline of some of the schools that were open during this time period. So we have from 1986 to 2006, we have Kika de la Garza, Ibirreina Elementary, Elodia Chapa Elementary, Jose de Escandon, Cesar Chavez Middle School, Diaz Villarreal Elementary, Narciso Cavazos Elementary, Tabasco Elementary, Patricio Perez Elementary, and Richards Middle School. Henry B. Gonzalez Elementary, Sam Fordyce Elementary, Lorenzo de Zavala Middle School, Irene Garcia Middle School, Emiliano Zapata Elementary School, Juan Seguin Elementary School, and Enrique Camarena Elementary School. So as we responded to the growth of the district, these buildings were added and the infrastructure was expanded. By 1989, though, La Jolla continued this expansion and we maintained over 100 school buses and was setting the bar for bus safety, with drivers having won first at regionals for 4 consecutive years at the School Bus Safety Rodeo, which is a legacy that continues today. And I think that's a really important highlight for our community, because our children see these bus drivers every morning and every afternoon on the way home. And every year we celebrate their accomplishments at the rodeo, but we have been doing this as a district for a very long time, excelling not only in the competition, but in providing the services safely to our students as we deliver them to and from their homes. Then during the 1980s and early 90s, La Jolla drew the recognition from leaders across the state of Texas, including State Treasurer Ann Richards, who visited the district to commend its graduates and leadership. And while Governor-elect Richards at the time invited the district award-winning Mariachi Los Coyotes to perform at a televised gala alongside music legends, including Dolly Parton and Willie Nelson. Additionally, San Antonio Mayor Henry Cisneros praised the district's quality of education and legacy of producing community leaders. And so you'll see some of these highlights also not only in the fine arts, but also academically. We expanded to universal pre-K, the Head Start expansion, bilingual programs. We also continued to enhance our curriculum to make sure that we were aligning to our texts, including from TOS to tax transition and all those new middle schools that were added. I don't know if you have anything to add about.
The only thing I would add is when these prominent elected officials came to our district, they always mentioned that they heard about us. They wanted to come down and see the work that we were doing. And it was, again, another point of pride for our students, our faculty, our administration. At the time that Mayor Cisneros came down, he came actually to give the keynote address for the graduating class. I think it was of 88. And so we had been very proud that not only our fine arts students, but had been invited. They've been to the White House, they've been to the Capitol in Austin, they've participated in inaugural parades and events. And that also gives our kids from what we still consider kind of a rural school district exposure, to a world that a lot of kids don't get a chance to be exposed to. So we're very proud of that.
So that's going to go back and just emphasize some of these photos from the, not our first time at the rodeo, just some of the celebrations we had along the way. And then just catch up on this one. This is Governor-elect Ann Richards and Henry Cisneros visiting the school district. And just to echo what Amancio just shared with us, during this time period, cultural pride and community service were cornerstones of student life within our school district. Events like the Jamaica and Cinco de Mayo celebrations showcase folklorico, dancers, student musicians, and the district's renowned mariachi program, Los Coyotes. At the same time, students in many organizations like the National Honor Society led efforts to support local families in need, reinforcing a strong culture of compassion and civic responsibility as we continue to instill that in our students, because we want them to give back to the community and continue being involved in what we are creating. In 1989, we had a news story appear in the local paper of the La Jolla High School National Honor Society, and they were highlighted for distributing gifts and essentials to over 56 families, a tradition that still lives on today as the Helping Hands of Hope drive that is accomplished through our high school's programs. And so you'll see that in the images up here, some of the donation drives, the folklorico, and the mariachi performances. Then from around 1986 to 2005, the La Jolla High School athletics experienced also tremendous growth, building a legacy of success, community pride, and student achievement. The football program at the time emerged as a powerhouse, beginning with a playoff breakthrough in 1993, A major milestone came in 1998 when the Coyotes won 10-0 in district play and were crowned the 35A champions, a perfect season that energized the entire community. In 2004, La Joya reached the 5A regional finals under Coach Oscar, marking one of the school's deepest playoff runs, followed by another district title in 2005. Additionally, our track and cross-country teams and program continued developing and regularly qualified athletes for regionals and sent multiple competitors to the UL State Meet. District titles were won in 1990, 1992, and in 2005, highlighting their competitive edge. Soccer also came out as a standout sport in our district, with the boys team winning district championships in 1997 and 1999 and making the DIB playoff runs as well. The girls team at the time captured their first district title and playoff berth in 2004. Then volleyball was also celebrated as a district title in 1989 and reached the regional quarterfinals in 2003 while building strong participation throughout the early 2000s. And so during this time period, we actually had a really huge community coming together to support our athletic program as it was growing and expanding. And this is one of those things that if you catch anyone from the district in the last 20, 30 years, they talk about these years as being a major highlight and a major celebration, which is why as a district, we continue to support our athletic programs, because not only do they inspire and give hope, but they also give our community a reason to come together and cheer our schools on.
I might add that around the time period we're talking about, the stadium that we currently have was constructed on the heels of the construction of the fine arts, the Performing Arts Center. Some of our board members that were really gung-ho athletics pushed for that, and we're very proud of that stadium. And I think at the time that it was constructed, it was second only to the McAllen Stadium in terms of size and capacity. And again, it's been something that other districts have emulated and look to La Joya as providing a good example for them.
And that support gave way to other sports flourishing as La Joya celebrated state qualifiers in tennis, powerlifting, golf, and swimming, which also was boosted later on by opening the new aquatic center. In baseball, La Joya secured multiple district titles and regional playoff appearances, producing standout all-state talent. Softball launched in the early 90s as well and became competitive, earning a district title in 1998 and making consistent playoff runs into the 2000s. This era also, again, brought back many improvements to our facility, continuing upgrades and reinvestment of money back to our school system. This included opening this stadium that sat 12,500 individuals, as Mr. Chapa mentioned, which transformed the region and the ability to service not only our sports, but other wide-scale sports, becoming also the largest employer in Western Hidalgo County. The district also improved the area with infrastructure, which helped drive local economic growth, and it laid the foundations for early college programs that we offer throughout the district today. A lot happened during these 20 years as we expanded our school district, and you can see where a lot of what we continue doing today, which we'll talk about at the next installment, these are the foundations that have continued that pathway of excellence that we are continuing to push for and strive for as we continue evolving and changing the district to satisfy the needs of our students. And that's it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Great job. Members of the board, do we have anything we'd like to add or any comments you'd like to, or questions you'd like to ask Mr. Silva or Mr. Chapa? Okay, great. Again, it was a pleasure to hear your presentation. And for an outsider, it's always a great opportunity to learn a little bit more of the history of La Joya. The one thing that stands out to me is you were talking about the auditorium. That was a huge, huge thing, and especially living in Harlingen. But as a football official, I think one of the highlights of my career as a high school football official was when we did the games in La Joya. And that was a big treat if you got to do a high school game in La Joya, one of the best stadiums in the valley. So thank you for that. Thank you, gentlemen. We look forward to your next section of the presentation. Next item on the agenda is a public comment. Again, if someone has signed up, you do have 3 minutes. I will ask our secretary to read out those who have signed up. And then, of course, our vice president, Ms. Chavez, will inform you that your time is up. Do we have anyone who signed up for public comment tonight?
We do not have any public comments tonight.
Okay, seeing that we don't have any, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 7. This one's the superintendent's updates, announcement of school leadership, ACE campuses, and this is to be presented by Dr. Little.
Good evening again. We are so excited to be back to continue to share our build out of the administrative team at our ACE schools at Garza and Seguin. And tonight we're announcing the first 2 assistant principals. Remember, as part of our ACE investment, there will be 2 assistant principals at each school. So we have half of that group here with us tonight. I will start first with Miss Elizabeth Garza, who will be serving at Garza Elementary. With 19 years of dedicated experience in education, 16 of those proudly serving within La Joya ISD, Ms. Elizabeth Garza brings a wealth of knowledge, proven leadership, and a genuine passion for student success. Her experience across all grade levels, from pre-K through 8th grade, makes her an invaluable asset to the students and families of La Joya ISD. Ms. Garza began her educational journey as a kindergarten teacher at Leo J. Leo Elementary. Since then, she has taken on numerous leadership roles, including over a decade as a grade level team leader, a Region 1 technology conference trainer, and most recently as an assistant principal. Over the years, she has nurtured student growth and built meaningful relationships, 10 of those at Seguin, Garza, and Zapata elementary schools. Widely recognized for her passion in teaching and ability to inspire others, Ms. Garza is committed to supporting both students and staff in reaching their highest potential. In her first year as assistant principal, she has already built strong connections with students, staff, and families. A tireless advocate for student growth, Ms. Garza believes every child has the potential to succeed. She is dedicated to creating a safe, empowering, and encouraging learning environment, one that fosters leadership, achievement, and growth. For Ms. Garza, students will always come first. So congratulations.
Good evening, Dr. Sorensen, esteemed board members, and La Joya ISD community. My name is Elizabeth Garza, and excuse my voice, it's a little hoarse from all this screaming I did yesterday, but like I said, my name is Elizabeth Garza, and I'm deeply honored and humbled to have been given the opportunity to lead alongside Ms. Gonzalez Vela as the new assistant principal at Evangelina Garza Elementary. I'm deeply excited to be working with a strong leadership team, not to mention the teachers and the staff, but most importantly, excited to be able to, I guess you could say, revisit and go back home to Evangelina Garza Elementary with the students and the community itself. I know with the support system that we have this next school year, the students at Evangelina Garza will be unstoppable. We're going to continue to base our decisions based off of our students' needs and what's best for them at heart, because I know that the students at La Joya ISD will now and will forever come first. Thank you.
Wow, how exciting. Sounds like a challenge, Ms. Brown. Sounds like a challenge.
All right, we are also very excited that Ms. Vanessa Brown will be moving over to Seguin Elementary as an assistant principal. Vanessa Rodriguez Brown will serve as the new assistant principal at Juan Seguin Elementary. With over 21 years of experience in education, Ms. Brown has served in a variety of instructional and leadership roles within La Joya ISD, including elementary assistant principal, high school assistant principal, science teacher, dual enrollment instructor, and district UIL coordinator. She has a proven track record of supporting teacher development and student success, including contributing to increased academic achievement and instructional growth at the secondary level. Ms. Brown is passionate about building strong relationships, fostering inclusive learning environments, and driving positive change to support every student's potential. So congratulations.
I wrote something. I don't like to come up here unprepared. 21 years ago, around this time, I drove down from Kingsville to sign a contract to be a teacher at a brand new elementary at La Joya ISD, Juan and Seguin Elementary, which was my very first campus where I taught second grade in 2004. And today I am returning to Seguin Elementary with the same energy and excitement. And in the past 21 years, I have fallen in love with teaching, with education, with helping the students in our community. And so I'm coming in with that same excitement and that same energy, a little bit older, few more gray hairs, but with the same passion that I had then. And so I am so honored to be able to, like Ms. Garza said, go home and serve the community where I began my career as an educator in La Joya ISD. And I'm so honored and so privileged. And I'm so looking forward to working with Ms. Lopez and learning so much from the new system that we're going to be bringing into these campuses. And so thank you so much for the opportunity to do this for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
So board, we are continuing to evaluate other candidates, and we'll be back with our final pair to round out our administrative team soon. But just like when we celebrated the principals, we're so fortunate to have these incredible leaders be part of this journey and support students at these two schools.
Dr. Little, you've done an amazing job and your staff involved in the selection of not only the principals, but the assistant principals that we have before us. So thank you. I have no doubt that we'll continue to look for the top talent. And congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Congratulations and go Javelinas. Very nice. I went to that same school, but it was more than 21 years ago. Members of the board, do you have anything to say? I mean, this is an exciting and a memorable day for us because of these campuses that we've implemented. And I've heard nothing but great things about what we're about to roll out. So does anyone have anything to say?
Can I say?
Yes, of course, Dr. Sorensen.
And so just like last time with the selection of the principals, I really do want to let our community know that the process again was quite rigorous. 3 steps. First with a panel of educators where there were performance tasks and a quite rigorous interview process. Then a second round with the principals of those campuses and Dr. Little, and then a third round with me. And the third round with me always seems a bit odd because I'm not a traditional interviewer. I think they both can probably tell you that. It's more a conversation. It's not a traditional interview questions. It's more of a dialogue. Because for me, it's about who you are and who you choose to show up as. I did ask some very technical questions, such as how do you teach children how to read? Because we have to know how to teach children how to read in these campuses, and we have to be able to support our educators to make sure that they know how to do that. And both of these ladies standing here could answer that question flawlessly. And also how to build culture, right? Because building culture is going to be essential on these campuses. How do we involve parents? Because that is going to be a cornerstone. How do we engage a community? And so these are questions, but these questions weren't question, answer. They were an opportunity for both of these leaders, fierce but compassionate female leaders, to show not only their skill, but who they were as people. And both of them just exemplified their desire to go home. And so I congratulate you. I'm excited for you, but most of all, I'm excited for the communities that you're about to serve. So thank you so much for stepping up and being willing to lean in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Yes. Next agenda item is budget and staffing update presented by Ms. Crespo. Nice to see you again, Ms. Crespo.
Nice to see you, sir. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Sorensen, community. So it's this time of the month again, and we are doing an update for budget and staffing. Today we are presenting, and this is where we are. It's a reminder, we are starting these conversations really last fall with our strategic conversation with Dr. Sorenson, leading the strategic conversations in the community, but also on understanding that our budget has to be based on what our needs are and what our community asks for. At this point, we are April, May, finalizing draft the budget's reviews, revising our preliminary compensation, getting ready for final budgets and public hearings. So, centering again ourselves in what are our budget priorities for next year: invest in student achievement, balanced budget, pay raise, and high quality instructional materials. These are aligning with what our community is saying. This is what our staff is asking for, and this is centering everything we are budgeting. However, we have to remember where we are, and I'm going to bring back to the community what is legislative session at this point. There are potential budget changes that are pending, and things are being discussed in Austin that we have to reflect on and be aware of. Some of those potential basic allotment increases, some of those potential changes are part of the potential, the basic allotment increase, I'm sorry. First of all, the changes are going from 6160, that's what the amount that we have working with since 2019, to 6,555, so $395 increase. For that, 60% is unrestricted funding for school district, 40% designated for employee compensation. From that 40%, 75% classroom teacher salary, 25% other employee pay. As you can see, these are no amounts that are going to be considerable raising or income, and we have to keep thinking where are we going with the budget and what are going to be changing in order for us to have enough to cover all the needs and wants from the district. There is an additional $18 increase per student average daily attendance for school safety, and that also a fine arts allotment that is only for secondary campuses, for secondary students, and it will give to the Joya ISD roughly $81,000. To see this in a visual, this is the distribution of the $395 increase, where the majority of the, there is 237 for unrestricted. This is all we are getting for maintenance and operation for our day-to-day. The other 40%, that is 118, is dedicated, the 30% for teacher pay increase and 10% for other staff. Important also is
Board President, if I could interject,
Yes, please.
So what I really, if Mirjad, if you could go back, what I think is really important here to underscore and really point out for not only for the board, but for the community, is that for all of the conversation around legislation and for all of the conversation around what the legislature did or didn't do for school districts across Texas, I want our community to fully understand that this increase is $395 per student. $395 per child. And out of that $395, 40% of that goes to teacher increases. And so you see what that 30% really comes out to be is $118. And you see other staff, which is a large category of employees here, and every district across Texas, not just La Joya, is $40. Our staff has said to us through strategic planning, we want a pay increase. I'm looking at Brenda Salinas, and she told me she wants a pay increase for her members. The other part of that money, $237, has to go to pay for everything else. Everything else. There was no increase in maintenance and operations. Meanwhile, we know that post-COVID, inflation has increased across the United States, not just Texas. But we also know that inflation hit hard in Texas for everything, gas. Every single commodity that we purchase has increased in price, and yet there was no increase from the legislature, leaving politics out of it. This has nothing to do with politics. I'm just talking about the legislative action. And no increase on maintenance and operations. So I just want the community to understand that this is what the action was that came out of the legislative session, and how we then will choose to respond in our proposed budget that we're going to bring forth to the board to meet the needs and demands of the district and meet the needs and demands of our staff, and give our staff and our community not only what they're asking us for, but what we can afford to give them what they're working for every single day within our budget, knowing that what we're being given in legislative relief is not enough. This is not enough from our legislature. So I just really wanted to unpack that for the community in dollars and cents in order to really cover all that it is that we have to cover for our district operations and our salaries for our employees.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. It's important for us to remember that we have to be smarter on what we are using the funds and being sure that what we plan, it really aligns to what we need to do. Thank you for that. Special education, there is more other things that I wanted to bring to the board, like the special education and dyslexia allotments. There are also small increases for special education centered on the evaluation of our students, and bonus for having special education identify students doing college and career readiness. Also, we are going to be benefited on services, supporting services for students that receive dyslexia-related accommodation, even if they are not identified or diagnosed with dyslexia. One that is really exciting, just because it benefits our teachers directly, is our teacher incentive allotment, which is increasing designations for our teachers, such as the acknowledged designation and the board certifications designation. That is going to increase the amounts that our teachers receive. And it also have developed the enhanced district teacher incentive allotment system designation will increase the allotment by 10%, which means that we are going to be able to support our teachers that are high performers in a better way. This enhanced system includes compensation for principals and assistant principals, which La Joya ISD already is considering, and we are working on the plan on how that is going to be deployed, evaluated, and have the baseline so we can start working with our principals and reward our principals based on performance.
And so again, Board President, if you'll allow me to expand a bit here.
Yes, please.
We have been working for the past couple of months, really thinking about what this could look like across our system if we considered what PIA, Principal Incentive Allotment, could look like if we thought about applying this type of compensation system for principals who are truly performing at the highest levels. And really looking at, so what would that look like to make sure that we are not only retaining the highest performing principals, but compensating them according to student outcomes, to how they are retaining staff, to how they are implementing district initiatives, right? And so we've begun thinking about, so what would those indicators be? And we want to engage our principals in helping us think through what these indicators would be. We want their voice in the same way we would want educator voice if we were creating an internal process. And so we're going to begin engaging principals in this process to think about, so what would those competencies be? What would those metrics be? Because we know that we want to compensate people for doing great work in the same way teachers want the ability to earn this additional income or earn a salary based upon their performance. We also know, though, that right now we have an imbalanced system where we have some principals who are earning incredibly high salaries, not producing the highest incomes, not producing the highest outcomes. High salaries, low outcomes. But we also have principals in our system who are producing incredible outcomes, lowest salaries. And that's not what we want. We want the people who are producing the best for our kids, earning the most. And so we are really considering this system. We are going to start engaging our principals before we bring anything back to the board. But in the spirit of transparency, we wanted to let our community know, we wanted to let the board know that we are going to engage in this conversation, not only with our principals, but the community as a whole.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Well, this is what the summary is for HB2. The other law that is right now on the for approval is impacting the voucher program. And here you see a small summary of what is the expected impact. We will not see it on 25-26, but the law as is right now is asking for implementation on 26-27. However, the concern here is at the end of the day, is that it's an estimated loss of $12,000 for us as a district in average daily attendance for each student that choose to, or for each family that choose to take their student out of the school district due to the voucher use. Remember, this voucher is for private schools, so we also, on top of that, are responsible to provide support to our special education students that choose to go to private schools, and they still can request services from us. So we are concerned because this is impacting where the funding is and how it's going to be distributed later on the next biennium. So how this looks for us is a lot of mandates, there is a lot of legislation, there is things that are coming up that we still don't know how they are going to pan out. However, we are seeing that any increases that we are reading really don't fully fund the required mandates. So aligning this to our priorities, how this impact or invest in student achievement, where there is limited resources to increase our responsibility, to streamline strategies that give us the best result for our students. Again, back to we have to be smarter on how we budget because we are committed to increase student achievement. So we have to do what we can do with the limited resources we are getting. We are not going to be able to do more. The state is not going to give us more. We have to be savvy and smart on how we invest our resources. Second point, the balanced budget. Well, not having an increase in allocation in maintenance and operation made the district responsible to allocate funds to sustain the day-to-day operation without sacrificing student performance. The next one, pay raise. We are responsible to respond to our employees' needs. They are the ones out there working with our kids. They are the ones, our teachers, our principals, our staff is here, and they recognize that they are here because our kids come to school. So we have to respond to the needs regardless of the legislative allocation. So we are very clear that mandates will not have enough funding to address all the needed amounts, but we are committed to respond to it. Finally, high quality instructional materials. I think this is the one where I can smile. There is available resources from the state. There is a lot of support that we are receiving for high quality instructional materials. However, the training is still to be seen, and we are not necessarily fully funded to implement across all content areas. So we have also to take a responsibility to be sure that we are doing integral implementation and not use what we get support for.
And again, Ms. Crespo, I want to just clarify for the community here that when we do bring forward the purchases for high quality instructional materials, that we will indicate where we are using grant funding versus where we are using district funding, because I know there's been some questions in the past in terms of what vendors we are using and what funding sources we are using. And just want to clarify for the community that we are using state approved vendors as we are required to by the state, but all high-quality instructional materials, as we just went through in our last board meeting, are actually aligned with the TEKS, approved by TEA, and we just move forward with Bluebonnet. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So as I said before, we have really, Dr. Sorensen and the team has been really working very hard from the beginning this year to listen to voices. So use examples for the community to see that we are really listening and really paying attention. I have a couple of slides here with the cloud, the word clouds that I love in our interactions with the community. This is a staff word cloud where some of the priorities were centered about feeling as a community, having better communication, having a hope to be in a better district, and having compensation, fair compensation. So this is just for me to show you how we are aligning what we are thinking and how our priorities is still responding to what we are seeing out there. This one is how our parents are looking for better, also hope, better programs, kids in the center of the cloud with good models, support, and performance improvement. Also, part of our reality, I'm going to keep bringing this until the last day of the school year, we are losing students. Well, we are expected to lose 10,000 students by next year. Current reality requires us to budget as we are right now. Again, smarter. We have to be able to make every dollar work for us, for the needs of the district. The priorities have to be followed, and we are working very hard. Every conversation is centered around that. So how this looks in numbers, because that's my job, yes, bringing you numbers. So this is some of, I don't know why this didn't come out. Right, my friend. You cannot see the numbers right in here. We will correct that for the public later. But when I work for these numbers, the first column is your actual load. This slide shows actual load, and with actual load, we will be losing around $8 million. We have a break.
Yeah, we were ready for this big reveal.
Oh, the second one works, so we are going to move to the next one. Thank you, Mom. Okay, and with the actual expected HB2 impact, even when with the small, well, not small, but with the loss of tax collections expected with the home state protection that we are getting with the law, we are expecting to have a $10 million revenue. However, I want to remind the board and the community that that number, $10.5 million, sounds pretty close to our deficit last year. So it's really the revenue that is bringing in. We don't do anything different in the expenses. It's not helping us to cover our deficit. It's just barely helping us to cover our deficit. And we had to respond to other things. So we have to start thinking differently again. So here is how it looks. You have seen this table, simpler than the other ones, easier to manage. These are my losses, $10.4 million budget deficit. We are expecting $6 million based on the enrollment loss. Remember, we are not necessarily able to receive, the disaster pennies next year. And these are our costing savings that we had done through the year with efficiencies reviews. And based on HB2 at $10.5 million, so we are pretty much balanced. That means if we don't change our investments and we don't reflect on what we are doing and we don't really centralize our budget with our priorities, it's going to be very hard for us to do and accomplish what we want to accomplish. I want to do a small review here on what is the required compensation increases. This is an explanation about what the law is just for you to see how complicated it can be, how we have to work to distribute 40% of what we are getting. But here is an easier way to see it. And if we do this, what the law says is I had to provide that 40% to the 75% of that 40% to teachers, librarians, counselors, and nurses. If you see the positions and number of employees in there, that's roughly half of our employees. So we have to distribute to half of our employees $4.2 approximately $1 million, and only 1.4 to the rest of the other half of the employees. So that is the difference, and that's why we are not going to use this literally as is for increases. We are going to do our pay raise regardless of what the legislation is going to provide.
Mirjat, can you say that sentence one more
Yeah.
time? So
Yeah.
that everybody can hear you say it again.
This is tentative. It's very complicated, and it's going to take us time.
That's
So
not the
we
sentence
are
I would like you to repeat, ma'am.
We
Get to the good
are
news.
not doing the pay raise based or contingent to legislation. We are doing, and we are committed to do a pay raise to our employees regardless of what legislation awards to the district.
Thank you, ma'am.
Great news.
So we must align our budgeting philosophy to address our priorities. It's not working. What we have done through years is no longer sustainable. We are not having the revenues to sustain the expenses. So we really must emphasize on efficiency, prioritization, and innovation. We had to rethink how we do things. We have to work on our ROI, on academic return of investment, what works for which students and at what cost. And I love this expression from Mahatma Gandhi, actions expresses priorities. We are not just talking. We really want to be acting on what is needed in order to respond to our students' needs. So all financial decisions are going to be aligned with academic return of investment, are going to be aligned to our priorities, and this is not just talk. This is no fancy words that we are using, like academic return on investment or strategic staffing. It's really centering us to be sure that what we do generates impact to our students and is smart and is fiscally responsible. So in order to show you how we are doing things, I'm going to transition now to Ms. Miller, so she talks about staffing.
Richette, before you leave, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
It's okay.
So, I mean, when you do presentations, you and Dr. Little, I feel like I'm talking to economists sometimes because you guys are really good with the data. Why do you think students are moving out? Are students just going to other schools, or are they moving out with their families? Are families moving out of the district? Is it a combination of, I don't know, maybe you know.
That is a question, no, sir, but that is a question we have presented ourselves. And I know as every year we are going to start using our quality seat analysis, that is our research of what is happening to the district, and how we can improve our conditions. Next question for the quality seat analysis for next year is precisely that. Why we're losing students and what we can do to recover those students.
And sir, I can also, I just actually text the entire cabinet an article that I read this weekend. It is not a La Joya ISD issue. It is not a Texas issue. It is a national issue. I actually just sent them an article that came out this weekend that it is a ticking time bomb that all districts all over the country are really having to deal with. Birth rates are declining, especially post-COVID. And so not only, to Ms. Crespo's point, are we going to study ourselves to really understand, is it birth rates here? Are people moving out of the area here? Like, we really want to understand the complexities here. Because if it is related to customer service, if it is related to things that we can control, we want to work on those things. So I don't want to put those things aside because we want to have the concrete answers to your question. But I do want everyone to understand that La Joya ISD is not the only ISD, nor is Texas the only space in the country going through these dramatic enrollment declines in Texas or in the nation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Ms. Miller?
Good evening.
As we celebrate our centennial, it has been amazing to listen to the presentations, to learn the history of La Jolla and how the district has evolved in order to meet the needs of our students. And as we move forward, we know that we have to continue evolving in order to have amazing student outcomes and provide what our students need. As we're looking at evolving, we've had the opportunity to be with Dr. Swanson when she has met with stakeholders and had many, many opportunities for community members, staff members, parents, and students to come in and, talk about what they want for the future of La Joya ISD. Now, I do have to tell you, the students were so much fun and naps were a part of their chart. It's not going to make the cut, but it was amazing to work with them and see what they want for the future of the school district. So some themes do come out through with our stakeholders. They want what student needs. If a student needs a service, we need to provide that. They want excellent programs within the district and new programs that are going to help our students to be leaders when they go to college and then go into the workforce. They want our facilities to be maintained, and they want technology that the students need. We need to meet our family and community expectations. They want resource alignment, so alignment to programs, alignment to schools. And they want operational efficiency. They want us to use our funds wisely and as they need to be used. So as we're evolving, we do know that some positions are going to need to be reimagined in order to serve the students within La Jolla. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Little, who is going to speak about some reimagined positions that we're going to present to you.
Thank you, Chief Miller. Board, we're going to walk through some things that we are thinking about differently, intentionally so, in support of all of what you've heard, our investment in student achievement in the district. We've grouped these so there are some themes that you will notice as we talk about some of this reimagining for La Joya ISD. I want to start with this first group, really thinking about how we build and develop better teacher capacity. How do we grow and strengthen what our teachers know and are able to do in classrooms with students every day? So starting here with the first one, it's focused on literacy. So we have had reading specialists at our elementary and middle schools for a decade plus in the district. I have sat at this podium throughout the school year and shared a lot of reading data with you and the community, and we know that we are not where we need to be as a district. Our reading specialists have certainly done everything they can to support student growth, but at a system level, we haven't seen the return on that investment in a way that we need and that our students deserve. We are moving forward to a place where we can better measure and capture for everything that I share with you over the next several slides, what those metrics of success for each position will be, how we will know if that investment is paying off in terms of student outcomes, and then can be informed about what we need to do with that work and with those investments moving forward. With the reading specialist, we have two parts to this transition. The first is we are going to continue to have reading specialists in the district. They will be focused on our quartile 4 schools, which are our 7 sort of lowest performing schools as part of our quality schools analysis that we've done this year. There are 5 elementaries and 2 middle schools as part of that group. So they are definitely going to continue to have reading specialist support. The key thing to note here is just as Ms. Lozano and I have shared with you that we made intentional changes to how reading specialists go about their work back in January, that will continue. So they will have a very dedicated focus caseload of students that they are working with on foundational literacy, making sure that we're using science of reading practices to help those students learn how to read. The other part of this is that focus more broadly on teacher capacity. So we are introducing early literacy instructional coaches in the district. We shared with ACE that we would have instructional coaches at those 2 schools. Upon reflection, though, we want to provide that type of support in more places in the district. So we will have 5 of these coaches also having a caseload of teachers that they are working with on a regular basis, that they have coaching goals that they're working towards, and they're providing that consistent support. Also, our teachers are better positioned then to support students on their literacy journey. The final note on this one is when we released funding to schools about a month ago to plan for next year's budget, they also had a menu that they could purchase positions from. And so campuses could choose to use their title funds if they thought that would be the best investment for their campus on a reading specialist position if they're not one of those quartile 4 schools. So that continued to be an open option for elementary and middle schools across the district. I'm going to pause after each one of these to see if the suit wants to add anything before I move on.
Members of the board, do you have anything?
No, I think that, I just want to continue to point out, though, that this aligns with our commitment to academic return of investment. This wasn't a decision that we made lightly. We really looked at, so what are the historical outcomes tied to this position? I want to distinguish between the people.
That's right.
This is not a condemnation of the people doing the job. This is us looking at, are we getting the outcomes that we need for this input, right? Is this intervention, is this strategy working? And you can see from our outcomes, only 26% of La Joya ISD third graders meet grade level standards. District-wide, just 47% meet reading standards. And so this current strategy that has been in place for over 10 years in the district is not yielding the results of ensuring that our students are reading at grade level. And so we have to make a decision around what strategy will best work to improve student outcomes. Going back to Lone Star governance, student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And that requires us to reallocate funding in a different way, which again, we want to signal here that we believe very strongly in coaching and really supporting our educators in the classroom with tier 1 instruction that first teach for kids to improve literacy instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. I would certainly emphasize that point about this is not about individuals. This is about our collective investment in strategic needs in the district. The other thing I should say is we're not sharing anything with you or the community tonight that these impacted people don't already know. So we have had the positions, in this case with reading specialists, along with every other role type that I discussed this evening. So they're aware of these changes, and we've been able to talk through that with them and support them through what comes next. Keeping with our theme of building teacher capacity and focusing on instructional coaching, we are making a similar adjustment with our Title III facilitators. Title III is a federal funding source that is specifically designed to support English learners. In Texas, we call those students emergent bilinguals. And we've had Title III facilitators here for more than 5 years. There are 9 currently across the district supporting designated campuses. The next presentation that I give is going to really be this entire story about what we've seen in terms of English language acquisition and proficiency when we look at our TELPAS data. But similar to our overall reading results, we have not consistently seen improvement that has been sustained with our emergent bilingual students. We know that we have real gaps across our grade levels in terms of reading performance. You have seen Spanish versus English data that we've shared in STAR and with MAP, and we continue to lag behind where we need to be in terms of students being on grade level. And again, we'll take a deeper dive in this in particular in the next presentation. So the shift here is to make sure that we've got consistent alignment with instructional coaching across the board. These dual language ESL instructional coaches are designated that way because they will specifically be supporting teachers in dual language classrooms or teachers at the high school level that are supporting students who are also learning English. So that's the ESL part of this. Again, focused caseload of teachers using a very specific sort of coaching approach to build capacity and monitor that over time. So we should see with this role and the previous one, not only improvement in teacher results, whether that be through evaluations, walkthroughs, or other factors in the classroom, we should also see this start to show up more specifically in our student outcomes that we're looking at with Lone Star governance as well.
And again, what I would add, no different here, because it's applicable to the previous position, is that we are going to streamline our campus supports. And so really being clear about what these facilitators or what these coaches are doing and how they are providing support, because our responsibility will be to track, monitor, and ensure that the appropriate supports, and again, I want to really lift up supports, right, are in place for our educators and for our principals as we seek to develop capacity across campuses so that it really trickles down to our students. And so we are going to be measuring whether this works over time, right? Because we're just as accountable to see is this strategy working, right? Is this input working? And so we're going to be measuring this in terms of what is this input having. So we're going to be really clear in the job descriptions of these positions, of what these facilitators, because new folks have to apply for these positions because there's a new job description, and people are going to have to apply, go through a rigorous interview process and be selected for these positions based upon their knowledge, skills, and abilities, dispositions, belief systems, all the things that are in the job description, and we're going to hold them accountable to the things that are in that job description.
Dr. Little, I have a question on the last two that you recognize, the reading specialists and Title III facilitators. Underneath it says, the other one, I don't remember how many plus years it had, but I think it was 10 years in the district. Are we going to prioritize our current workforce staff for these positions? So when it says years in the district, is it district in La Jolla or just district in general experience?
That's how long that position has existed in La Jolla ISD. That may not be how long any individual has been in that role, but that's how long the district has had that type of position.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, our last one in this sort of theme related to coaching is at the high school level. So we have had graduation specialists for over a decade in the district at each of our comprehensive high schools, as well as college transition advisors. A little bit less time, but still more than 5 years for the college transition advisors. We have certainly, and I have shared, and Ms. Flores has shared, that our graduation rate overall is pretty strong. But we've also shared a lot of data that shows when we dig underneath that at really the outcomes that our students need and deserve, whether that's ACT or SAT, passing rates, whether that's students passing AP exams, whether that's students earning their associate degrees or getting those dual credit hours, we have a long way to go. And so the shift here is to really focus on our students progressing through their high school time in a way that they need to achieve those outcomes, whether that is college, career, or military readiness outcomes, not just that foundational level that the state sets for accountability. Remember, that's a super low bar. In our Lone Star governance goals, we've set a much higher bar for our students. And so these positions really exist for a couple of big things. So one, they will sort of act as case managers for students as needed to make sure that they are on track. And if they're not on track for those outcomes, that they're pulling in the support across the campus, working with teachers, working with counselors, working with social workers, working with families or outside partners, whatever is needed to make sure that student is getting the support and resources they need. The other thing that this is building off of, remember we started a freshman success initiative this year, really looking at our freshmen on track. That's one of our goal progress measures as well. And we have dedicated freshman success coaches working with those 9th grade teams. That is showing really strong early success in terms of what that role is impacting. And so these CCMR coaches sort of pick it up from there and carry through from the 10th to the 11th to the 12th grade years as well.
Dr. Little, I have a question, and I'm sure Dr. Margot would agree with me. You know, all these positions that you're referencing are very important to the district, by all means. I mean, they're all important. The one that I find that I'm really excited about is this graduation specialist, especially when you see a decline of 3% points over 6 years in dual credit programs. When we have such a vibrant college just down the street from us, you know, it's alarming to see that. So I'm glad to see that it will be focusing on that graduation specialist. I think Dr. Carlos Margo would agree with me on that.
Well, they're going to be becoming the CCMR coaches, right? So
That's correct.
Currently, they're graduation specialists will becoming CCMR specialist coaches. But I will say, Mr. President, that it's really important. A lot of these students, current students, will be first-generation college students. They don't have that day-to-day parental support that other college students or third-generation college students have. So it's important that they have the district be that parental support, that family support, and I see that embedded here. I just really want to emphasize that that's extremely important. Just speaking on behalf of higher education, a lot of these students have never heard or don't consistently hear that message at home until they get to the school. So yes, congratulations on this vision and for the future and having these coaches in place. I think it's critical for these students, but I just want to really emphasize the importance of this. So thanks for the opportunity.
And Dr. Margot, I want to add that one of the reasons that there's 5 is because one of them starts in middle school. And so there is a CCMR coach that is specifically dedicated to really start building that college-going culture, that career-going culture, that focus on like what is post-secondary in our middle schools. And really starting the conversations earlier across our middle schools, because right now we don't have anyone in the district really focused on what does that conversation look like earlier. And I mean, we even need to start earlier than middle schools, but right now that 5th one is dedicated to creating that post-secondary culture in middle school, working with our families, working with our community, working with our middle schools to develop that culture, that mindset that you're talking about in our middle schools.
And also, Dr. Sorensen, that there's so many different options for students to prepare for higher education and careers. I think it's really also important to make sure that they understand the different options while they're still in middle and high school. I mean, it's still even confusing for me, to be honest, to keep up with so many different opportunities, whether it's dual credit, early college, you're looking at others, a whole litany of different options and opportunities. I just want to make sure that every single student has that opportunity to know what is best for him or her, and that they have an opportunity to engage as early as possible in their high school or middle school careers, because that's one bad decision is going to or could potentially impact their entire life. So I just kind of want to make sure that I continuously support, and that we as a district continuously support and continuously improve that aspect of what you all do. But it looks like you're off to a great start, and I appreciate what y'all are doing.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I agree with those comments. I mean, one of the things that I find that we lack sometimes, regardless of the school district, is just the basic understanding of how important it is to fill out a FAFSA application. I mean, that's just, it seems like that's common sense, right? I just don't know how encouraging schools are. I'm certainly aware that we're doing a really good job about doing that, encouraging our students to do that. But I agree, there's times when just little things like that make a big difference. So I compliment you on all these new roles that we're going to transition or we're going to lay out, but certainly this was one that I was really excited to hear about. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you both. Before we move on to sort of the next theme here, just one thing to clarify that impacts all of these positions that I've shared, including the other ones. So the positions under the current role, just to be super clear, like those are being dissolved. The positions under the future role are what is being created. And to underscore what the superintendent said earlier, applicants will go through that process, similar to what we did as ACE. You're deciding if that's something you want to do. You're going through a rigorous selection process, and then we will have those sort of fully staffed and prepared for next school year. All right, so moving a little away from the core academic space, more into the behavior and mental health space. We currently have behavior specialists in the district. They are housed centrally, and they are then deployed to support students in schools across the district. They've existed for more than 5 years. One of the things that we've heard loud and clear this year through a variety of engagements, including the strategic plan sessions with students, parents as well, is how much more support folks are asking for in the behavioral and mental health space. Like really making sure that we are caring and concerned about the whole child, including the academic part of that child, that we have the resources and support available to support them on their journey, and that we improve discipline outcomes and absenteeism outcomes, which certainly are related to this conversation. So this future-facing role will be a behavior and mental health specialist. So again, expanding sort of the concept here. And the thing I want to call out about this role, in addition to another one I'll talk about in just a little bit, is really making sure that we are focused on preventive systems in the work, not just responsive systems in the work. So we don't want to let a student get to the place where they've got to have a behavior specialist because there's been a series of bad choices or decisions or issues at the school, and now we're coming in like a crisis mode trying to respond to that. We will still do that service, but how do we get students and schools to a place where that's happening less often because we've created a different environment, culture, and set of supports and resources that really help students get through that executive function in those processes in a stronger way. So that'll be a huge focus of what the behavior and mental health specialists will be doing. Also note here that this is actually an increase in the number of positions. So we're going from 3 to 5, expanding this service and support across the district.
Dr. Little, I have a question in regards to the roles. Are we planning on putting them in middle schools, high schools, or would the specialists travel between campuses?
They will support district-wide, so elementary, middle, and high schools. In most cases, they likely, again, thinking about the other coaching positions too, including the CCMR coach where we'll have a middle and high school, we'll designate sort of what their focus area is. So like I will know I'm primarily supporting middle schools, but these positions are district-wide positions that can support any grade level and any student.
Ideally, and forgive me, we will have one per network for elementary. So there will be one that does network 1 elementary, one that does network 2 elementary, one that does network 3 elementary. So they will have a subset of elementary schools that they then know the kids, know the principal, know the students of that particular community. So elementary network 1, elementary network 2, elementary network 3. Then there will be one that is dedicated to middle schools. So they will know that they are a middle school behavior and mental health specialist. So they will be prepared to be working with middle school young people and those middle schools. And then we will have one that services our high schools. That is the original design that we, set down and constructed. I'm excited to do interviews. I'm excited to see what the candidate pool produces for us. To Dr. Little's point, not to go against him here publicly, but if we yield a candidate pool that has a wide variety of talents, skills, and abilities, we're open to shifting for it to be district-wide, depending on the skills and abilities. One of the reasons that we're looking at that network support, though, is to your point, we want them to really know the schools that they're serving or the level of schools that they're serving so that they become experts in either their community, their schools, or their grade level, so that they're really targeting the kind of supports that they're providing.
I really appreciate this holistic approach the district is taking. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, the next one is our real focus on working with and for our families and communities. So we have had parent educators in the district assigned to every elementary school for quite some time. And what we're doing here is, again, like expanding impact and really aligning and clarifying what expectations are in this role and what we want to see happening with our families and communities. Again, through lots of engaging opportunities this year, strategic plan, ACE town halls, early college town halls, we have consistently heard from our families that they want and need more engagement from the district. They want and need more communication from the district. They certainly expect us to deliver on outcomes for students and to be their partner in that work. So the parent, family, and community liaisons, that's the new role and new title moving forward, will really do a few key things. The first is like they have to be a huge advocate, champion, and communicator for what we're doing in the district as a way to inform and educate families about what's happening in their school, what's happening in La Joya ISD. That requires on the ground, in the neighborhood, in the home's presence in some cases, not just creating spaces where we're asking families to come to us to get information, but we are like organically present in the community and with our families. Yes, we will continue to have workshops and training sessions for families. We'll be responsive to what those need to be, including doing more around academics. Like we will have launched 4 new curricula by the time we get to next school year. Our families need to be deeply invested and engaged in that work. And so the parent educators provide a really good bridge between what's happening in the classroom and what can happen at home. So really excited about the potential here to really grow visibility, presence, and outcomes for how we're engaging and supporting our parents and community.
And again, I just want to add that this is a position that I am most excited about. I I cannot say enough, and I have learned so much in the past 7 months of doing strategic planning and town halls and community engagement, how important parents are as an ally, and how important it is to have parents be my shoulder-to-shoulder partners in this work, and not just for academics, right? We know we need parents to help us with attendance and academics and all the things that we know happen in school. But in terms of creating a future vision for the district and then carrying out that vision every single day, I'm not in the schools every single day. But if I have an army of parents who know and understand and believe in the work that we're doing, and they can actually be boots on the ground in the community, helping our parents truly understand, say, for example, why dual language is a good thing, why the shift in the reading curriculum is important. To your point right now, like why FAFSA, right, is important. Why we're making the budgetary decisions that we're making, right? It goes beyond just putting up the bulletin boards. That is so important. Please don't misunderstand. Great bulletin boards are so important, but so is really getting our parents to truly be those shoulder-to-shoulder partners on all things that are happening in the district as so much is changing, right? We need the word to get to all spaces in our community. And who better to do that but a group of parents who we build shared knowledge with, where they then also bring back information to us to say, no, don't do this. This is not a good idea. Here are some better ideas, right? So this partnership, I'm so excited. I actually, though, got the idea for a revisioned job description from many of our parent volunteers. The parent volunteers very often said to me, you know, the vision for this role should be X, Y, and Z. And I got a lot of feedback from our parent volunteers about what I need as a superintendent in terms of this role. And so I'm very lucky to have incredible parent volunteers who have been some of my greatest allies in this work. So I am super excited for what is to come with this role. And I'm so optimistic about the future of what can happen in this space.
Dr. Little, I have a question. So these programs that you're explaining to us tonight, parent educators and these other professionals that are going to be working with us, are we currently looking at hiring these individuals so that on day one, as Dr. Sorensen said, boots on the ground, we're ready to operate, these people have been trained, we're going to be doing it during the summer? I'm just trying to understand how this is going to be rolled out.
Really quickly, we are committed to making sure that we are bringing on the best team members for this work and to ensure that we are ready for the summer before school starts as well as the fall. Some of the timing depends on a vote you will take later this evening related to some other staff and human resource related items with program change and reduction in force. So those positions would get posted shortly after tonight or shortly later this week, pending your vote. Some others in the district we've already begun to recruit and select for.
Great. And can you tell me what kind of person you're looking for? I visited while they were acknowledging Board Appreciation Week or month, I think it was. We had an opportunity to go to various schools, whether it was an elementary, junior high, middle school. And I was super impressed with the volunteers that we had there. I mean, they were, like Dr. Sorensen said, it was more than just, serving punch. I mean, I could tell that these people were invested in the school. Share with me your vision on what you're looking for someone. I mean, we're not looking for someone here with a master's degree, right? We're looking for someone.
Yeah.
Share that.
So
Answer the question.
I can take that from,
Okay.
because there were some rumors running around that we were requiring college hours and college degrees and things of that nature. That is not factual. We are looking for hardworking individuals from the community, our parents who are homegrown, who really want and can demonstrate a commitment to the vision of our administration, who want to help us through their honest feedback, a vision for La Jolla future forward. And when I say partner, that means that you tell us, no, that's not going to work. Here's what will work better. We want people who are willing to knock on doors, people who are willing to show up to community events, people who are willing to host community events in the community where our parents and community members are, not just expect community members and parents to come to the school, right? And we have to meet folks where they are. And that means we have to also be willing to show up where folks are as well. And so a job description is coming out soon. But I really want to dispel the myth that like you have to have a degree and all of these college hours, because that is not factual. And so we look forward to having our community members apply for these positions. We will have a pool then of these community members, parents, and then principals will be selecting those from this pool of already vetted parent and family community liaisons.
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Dr. Little?
These are parent liaisons, both parent and family liaisons. It might be outside the scope of this vision, but what I would like to see, Dr. Sorensen, is perhaps some initiatives here that would encourage a lot of these parents to engage in education themselves. I know there's a lot of opportunities, right? Mr. Elliott, Texas Workforce Commission has a lot of funding.
That's great.
For adult training that the district could serve as a facilitator. I know that wouldn't be your role necessarily, but at least to advocate for them engaging or enrolling in these types of, most of which are paid adult training activities.
Yeah,
And
I
I
like
think
that.
that just fosters the whole cycle of education for the entire family.
Ms. Miller, can you make note of that? That's Ms. Miller's department, actually, because she's talent development.
I'm sorry.
That would be Ms. Miller's department, because she's
Okay.
talent development. So Ms. Miller, if you can make note of that, that would be great.
Did you have anything, board member?
It just reminded me of there's a role in the county called community health records workers, and it's what they do is go out and educate on specific illnesses like diabetes, hypertension, and if that somehow we can get some funds to
be
educate
great.
our educators, because essentially they do the same thing.
That'd be great.
Great recommendation. Thank you for that.
Thank you. That's great.
Anyone else have any questions for Dr. Little before he proceeds? This is really informative stuff, so we appreciate what you all have done. And again, I think this is all as a result of those meetings that you've had with stakeholders. And so I appreciate the fact that we've been out in the community. You know, if it's one thing that I do share, and I've told you this at every meeting, is that I appreciate the fact that, you know, our leadership, the team that I have here to my left and to my right, and of course, with Dr. Sorensen taking the lead, that we're there in the community and we're listening to them. And I appreciate that because many of these great ideas have come from listening to those individuals. So thank you for that. Dr. Little, you may proceed.
Thank you. Our last one in this sort of middle section is related to attendance and chronic absenteeism in particular. So we have had truancy facilitators at each of our comprehensive high schools. And as we look at attendance and chronic absenteeism overall, we know this is something that has been an important focus for us because we need more students in school more often. Our attendance rate typically has been hovering in the 95, 96% range. We want to improve that, but for our high schools, it's remarkably less on any given day than that number. Our chronic absenteeism rates you saw us present earlier at some of our high schools last year and into the fall was as high as 40%. Which again is meaning students are missing 20 or more days a year, and that's 40% of the population. So this adjustment is moving from the end of the line part of attendance, where a student is already deemed truant, to really, again, thinking about the whole ecosystem here when it comes to attendance and absenteeism. So we're creating attendance student support specialists and attendance improvement specialists. The attendance student support specialist will exist again at every comprehensive high school. They are thinking about what structures do we need in place to partner with our students and families to get them to show up on the front end? How are we monitoring and responding when students are not present on a regular basis? working with our teachers and with other staff at the school who all have a role to play in attendance. And yes, still doing some of the bureaucratic responsibilities that comes along with truancy, but really thinking much more broadly and holistically about this responsibility. The middle schools heard about this and also said, hey, we need some more help with attendance and chronic absenteeism. So as I mentioned, there was a menu of positions that campuses could purchase with their own funds. So middle schools have partnered together in many cases to like share one of these specialists. So we will have the support at middle and high schools for next year as well.
And then we also added the attendance improvement specialist. There are 3 of those. So this is an add to the budget that we are investing in. And those 3 attendance improvement specialists are going to work with Network 1, Network 2, and Network 3 to then support those campuses with chronic absenteeism, with attendance, to make sure that those campuses have the support that they need to make sure that our elementary schools and the middle schools that maybe did not purchase a improvement specialist have the supports that they need to not only implement the strategies that we give them, but that they are following through on all of the things that they need to do to improve attendance. So those will be district supports, part of the menu of campus supports that we are going to roll out for next year. So they will work closely with the executive directors of school leadership to make sure that principals are doing the work that they need to do to improve student attendance on campuses.
All right, we have 2 more to share. Everything that we've talked about thus far is, again, support directly to campuses with folks spending most, if not all, of their time on campuses. The next 2 are important district-wide roles that will be supporting all schools and campuses in the district. The first we'll talk about is related to family and community engagement. So we have had a family and community engagement coordinator for some time in the district. Just as we shared earlier in terms of feedback that we've been hearing and what our families want and need when it comes to engagement is, again, more responsiveness, making sure that we have strong partnerships with community, including community organizations like higher ed, business, nonprofits, et cetera, and that there's a real focus to what we're doing with families. So it's not always just, hey, we're going to offer a program here, we're going to do an event there, but there's clear connection to attendance, to behavior and mental health support, to ways that families can engage, and certainly to academics. So this is an expansion and an elevation of this work with the creation of a director of family and community outreach who really becomes a key part and a bridge to what we're doing in the district and what's happening more broadly in all of the communities that we serve in La Joya ISD.
I think this address, Board Member Ochoa, that what you were talking about earlier about that relationship between us and nonprofits. And I think this person would probably be that person we would identify as being that link, right?
That's right. They're connecting with and pulling resources into the district as well as sharing communication back out. They're also deeply supporting those parent, family, and community liaisons that we talked about earlier as well.
And really, I see Ms. Crespo standing up already, but really want to highlight the use of data. Really making sure that we are using attendance data, academic performance data, and family feedback, right? So that we know where to push in, we know where to support, and we know what the needs are based upon data and what our families and communities want and need from us. So again, Board Member Ochoa, like you're saying, if we see that health is an area that we need to provide additional support, then we need to partner, say, with the county. And our county will help provide those supports, right? Because we know that the county has those supports. And so things like that, right? But this division, this department makes those connections for our district and the stakeholders of this district.
All right, our last one is also an elevation and further investment into district-wide leadership and impact. And in this space, we're talking about athletics. So moving from a director of athletics to an executive director of athletics. certainly establishes more presence in the district and in the community in terms of focus here. I won't steal the superintendent's thunder about what she's heard in the strategic plan session because you'll hear that soon. But this is certainly connected to that feedback and what the community has shared here. We are in the midst of, in this position, will continue to help build athletic pipelines in the district as well, thinking through opportunities have in terms of exposure and getting ready for particular high school athletics, but what that looks like in elementary and middle school, and also really focusing on the student athlete. So balancing the student part of the student athlete and really reinforcing and supporting our students on an academic basis, working closely with our academic teams and schools to make sure that students are making progress and that they have options when it comes to the end of their La Jolla career. Maybe that is an athletic pursuit, maybe it's not, but we certainly want our students prepared for whatever comes next. And so that's really bridging together the academic and the athletic side, and being a big part and certainly presence in the community and building more connections. Going back to the Centennial presentation that we had earlier, this is a point of pride and can be an even more point of pride for the community and for our students. And this role will be key in developing and nurturing that work.
Dr. Sorensen?
And again, and I'll look at Board Member Pena on this one. I have partnered quite closely with the athletic community over the past year, to say the least. And this is an area that in many respects has become a mandate of this community in terms of change and attention for many reasons. And again, I want to say this very clearly. This has absolutely nothing to do with any one person at all. It has to do with vision for what is possible for the future. And there is such hope for the future of athletics because it is rooted in exactly what we heard tonight, in such pride and history of what athletics has meant to the La Jolla ISD community since its inception. And so the community has required of me, in many respects, to have a really strong vision and put money where they want to support athletics and fine arts. I do want to say, you guys will see in my presentation that fine arts is a very strong demand as well. In terms of our parents and families really wanting this to be a space where we invest. And so we are excited about the future of this space. And so we put forth a new job description. And with that new job description are a lot more roles and responsibilities, a lot more asks and demand of the leader of this space. And so with that comes an elevated role. And so the executive director of athletics was posted. And so we look forward to an open application process, and we look forward to whoever decides to apply and then lead this department to the future vision for our district.
Members of the board, do you have any questions regarding this specific topic?
I'm seeing, I'm kind of thinking, how can we collaborate between all of these departments or new roles where, like this can help behavior. We're working with CCMR, with SAT, ACT, TSI, parent outreach, all that stuff. How are we working on a collaboration between all these new roles compared to the current roles?
Yeah, that's a fantastic observation. And we certainly know, and we've heard, families tell us and some of our staff tell us, like, students come to school for different reasons. And sometimes it's because I'm on the team. Sometimes it's because I'm in the arts related event. There's a lot of reasons for that. And so it matters for that coordination. So we've already, as a team, taken attendance, for example, as a shared commitment and responsibility, and are thinking through ways that every role, every sort of department centrally here can better support schools with that work. As we continue to focus on our Lone Star governance goals and progress measures, that's also a unifying way to bring teams and parts of the organization together, because it's super clear what we're trying to achieve. And to your point, how does an executive director of athletics contribute to that is part of the conversation that we're having and part of the expectations coming in for each of these roles is to directly contribute to those student outcomes.
The other thing that I would add, Board Member Hernandez, is we also, and again, I'll cover this when I talk about strategic planning, we also heard a lot about leadership. We heard a lot, whether it be from students, from parents, from my advisories around campus leadership and around district leadership, but heard a lot actually about campus leadership, and how centered to all of this is how leaders make all of this coherent, and how we explain how all of this comes together to create coherent systems, and how leaders then implement these systems on a campus so that it actually all does come together, how behavior impacts attendance, and how attendance impacts academics, and how our teachers then get this information in a clear, honest, and transparent way so that they actually understand what's going on in the district from their leaders, right? So that people truly understand what is happening and what is changing and why. And so when we have these conversations out in the field, people go, oh, that makes perfect sense. We understand. We wish we would have actually heard that from our campus leader.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the strategic priorities that you will hear me talk about is actually our continued commitment to leadership excellence. 1 year of us focusing on leadership excellence isn't enough. So it will be something that we remain committed to, continuing to not only hold ourselves to the highest standard of communication and transparency and integrity, but how do we continue to develop that in all spaces across the district, especially the nexus of where our community lives and breathes, which is on the campus.
Thank you.
Dr. Little, I think you clarified this the last time we spoke. And so Executive Director of Athletics, he would be the umbrella to athletic coordinators, right?
That's right. Supported by Assistant Director of Athletics here centrally. And then, yes, there are athletic coordinators for our comprehensive high schools that are supporting all athletic work at the school level.
Yeah.
And I want to add, I'm sorry, that there are athletic coordinators in our middle schools.
Yeah.
There are 2 in our middle schools, and there are also 2 at our high schools, not just 1. I want to just give a shout out to our female coordinators.
Yes, thank you for that. You know, what I envision when I see this position, Executive Director, I envision a kind of like, you know, the new University of Tech, UTPA now has this football program. And when I've seen the coach out there, not only see the coach, but he also focuses on academics. And I appreciate the fact that we have focused and there's emphasis on the academia part of what this gentleman's role or female's role is, whoever we hire. But what I do like is the fact that this person will have ties with the schools. You know, I want that person to be engaged with conversations with the principal, with Dr. Sorensen, you know, not just sitting in an office all day, you know, scheduling or, you know, because what I've seen in the past is athletic directors, not here, but I'm just saying what I've seen is where they just are scheduling games, where I'd like to see this person more involved in the community, Rotary groups, meeting with other schools, athletic directors. And so I foresee that this is an opportunity for us to implement something that maybe nobody else has. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Ms. Crespo is going to wrap us up with the summary and next steps for this conversation.
Ms. Crespo?
Well, as you see, we do act on our priorities, and that's part of what I wanted to emphasize with this, and the team emphasize with the presentation, is that we are acting on what we say that we want to emphasize. So what are our next steps? We have to keep following the legislative updates so we know what is the final approval and learn the impact. We are going to keep working on the staff alignment with ASBE recommendations, master schedule, constraint, outputs, be sure that we refine and finalize it by budget season. Right size staffing based upon enrollment, we keep working on that. Realign needs of district central office to best support our campuses, and you saw an example of those. Adopt the RI strategies where applicable on year 1 of budget process. You saw some of that example today with the staffing. align our budget to a strategic plan, recommend the budget adoption in June, and implement efficiencies analysis based on financial audit. I don't want to forget that one. And the final schedule for this budgeting is in September when we do the tax rate adoption. So if you have any questions?
Members of the board, any questions?
I don't have
Commissioner.
a question, but I do have a comment. I think I might share this sentiment with other people on the board, and even just our community members that I've heard multiple times. Oh, I remember when La Jolla used to be the district that everybody wanted to be, right? And so when I see this concept of reimagining roles, I think that aligns with where we are at and where we want to be, right? So this is giving us the opportunity to think through, like, how do we become that district again, right? And there's a lot of great stuff happening now, but also how do we improve it and make it better? Because that's what our kids deserve. So kudos to the team, right, for thinking all of these through, because it's a lot of the little changes that will get us to where we want to be. And this is all part of that work. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board before we proceed? Okay, thank you. Great presentation. Moving on, Dr. Little will continue with 7.3, the Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System and Dual Language Update presented by Dr. Little. Dr. Little, you may proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Board President. I'm happy to share information related to how our emerging bilingual students have been doing in the district over time, and to explain a little bit more about how we assess and measure that progress. Ms. Uniga is with Ms. Ramos, also learning about some literacy things at a conference this week, so I'm happy to represent her and what that team really helps lead this evening. Board President, you just spelled it out. It's one reason why we have way too many acronyms in education, is because some of these things are really long, but TELPAS is an acronym that does stand for Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System, and it's really looking at how students are doing in their ability to listen, speak, read, and write in English. So this is for non-native English speakers, regardless of what their first language is. It's not always Spanish. In our case, it most often is, but really looking at how they're developing English proficiency over time. So this is an assessment that the state provides to districts. We do this in addition to STAR. That's important to note. So these students are still going through the STAR exam, depending upon their grade levels. If they're in third, fourth, or fifth grade, they may be taking the STAR reading in Spanish, but TELPAS is specifically looking at that English progression. We do get proficiency levels out of this, so we'll know if a student is beginning, intermediate, advanced, or advanced high across these 4 tested domains. This is super important as we think about how our teachers support students, because they need to know where to push in and provide additional support to a student. Is it in listening comprehension and receptive language, or is it in written language and more expressive communication? So TELPAS does assess in all 4 of these areas. You see our cute little graphics here. Most of them have headphones on. That's because that is a big part of this computerized assessment. So in the listening part, I'm having to listen to somebody speak or read a passage in English and then be able to respond to that and answer questions. The microphone in the speaking piece is super important because I'm having to then produce language in English and make sure that I can communicate in that way. And then we have more traditional reading and writing aspects to this as well. The way this shows up in terms of accountability also matters. Mr. Duque gave a really thorough explanation of the accountability system back in the fall. And one of those parts is related to how students are doing on TELPAS. Currently, on the left-hand side of this slide, as we look at those 4 domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing, if students are showing progress and meeting their growth in 2 of those, we're getting the accountability points for that. But that is going to change in the state. So on the right, we are describing what will exist in the future. And that means students have to make at least 1 jump in their level. So if I was a beginning student, I have to show enough progress to get into intermediate. Or if I was intermediate, I'm going to have to show enough progress to move to the advanced level to be able to count for accountability points moving forward. So this is going to be a more rigorous measure of how we are supporting students in their English language journey. On the next few slides, we do want to share some data with you. This is all a look backwards. So I will say that our students sat for TELPAS earlier this spring. So this is an assessment that typically takes place in the February timeframe. We don't have all of that data back, so we'll come back to you later and share how we did this year in comparison to what I'm about to discuss. But we are able to look at how we've been doing over the past couple of years. The blue and red bar graphs at the top left here just help us remember sort of the context of our population in La Joya ISD. So we are just over half of our student body being designated as an emergent bilingual student. And that means that they are typically a non-native English speaker and their home language, what they speak at home, is not English. So there's a survey process that we go through with families where we're asking those questions. And then there's also an initial language proficiency exam that students are taking to see whether or not they will be designated as an emergent bilingual student or not. The chart on the right here is another reminder to conversations that we've had as it relates to accountability and our other Lone Star governance goals. Remember, when we set many of those goals, we looked at the long-term targets that the state was expecting us to reach in terms of achievement. We also have similar closing the gaps targets for TELPAS. So you see those interim numbers by level as well as those long-term targets by level. The bar charts at the bottom, we're about to blow these up on the next two slides, so it'll be easier to see the history, but that's again a look at every campus. This is a 2-year comparison where red is 2 school years ago, blue is last school year, and then those black and yellow lines are those interim and long-term targets. We can see that compared to the targets, we're generally doing pretty well, but we still have areas where we need to make market improvement here in terms of overall outcomes. Again, our long-term targets are still looking to only have about half of our students being proficient. We certainly need to and must do better than that. The other thing we can notice here, and we'll see this on the next 2 slides a bit more clearly, is most of our campuses, more than half of our campuses actually have shown regression in the last 2 years. We'll look at a 4-year history in just a second. So this goes directly back to our conversation with the Title III facilitators and the dual language ESL coaches about really building out more support directly for our teachers. All of what we're doing on the literacy side of the work with new curriculum, more science of reading focus and research-based strategies will also pay off here. A little bit deeper look at our elementary schools. This is a 4-year view in this case. So each school has 4 colored bars. The one furthest to the right in each set, the blue one, is our most recent data from last year. And we're showing in this green and red check box just 2 different stories, like 2 realities that we've seen within the district. The school in the green looks perfect in terms of growth over time. Like every year, we're consistently improving, and that is stair-stepping up for our students. That's what we want and need across the whole district. The school shown here in the red has a lot more jaggedness to its trajectory, and we can see a drop-off from 2 years ago to last year. As you look across the whole slide, you can see that there are other schools in a similar place. We have a similar sort of story at the middle and high school level. Green box school all the way to the right. Again, like perfect graph, stair-stepping up, improving year over year. School on the left is sort of bouncing up and down. And again, we saw declines there in the most recent data. So again, this is something that we are, as with all of our data, paying a lot of attention to make sure we can really better support teachers and campus leaders to know how to use this and respond with what they're doing in the classroom. Just like when I talk to you about map data or we talk about STAR data, what matters most is that I, as the teacher, know where every one of my students are on their journey, and I know specifically what I have to do to support them to get better. In this case, to get better at reading, speaking, listening, and writing English. So our dual language teachers all go through annual training specific to the dual language program. Those teachers will also be going through all of the literacy-based training that we're doing this spring, summer, and into next school year with the curriculum. And this will be a big part of what our coaches that we just talked about are supporting teachers with in terms of improvement and knowing how to use this as part of their whole suite of helping students get better academically. The last thing we'll say here is that our commitment to biliteracy and dual language remains incredibly strong. The superintendent mentioned, as we're talking about parent educators, talking to parents about the importance of dual language. And we have our two-way program that we launched this year in pre-K that's going to expand into kindergarten next year. So this is something that is super important to the community. You heard in the Centennial program that dual language became a focus in that last 20-year period. And it's certainly something that we continue to be really proud of and to want to improve on so that students can come through La Joya ISD and truly be biliterate, in our case in English and in Spanish in every way. So this data, like what we've been sharing in the fall and earlier in the spring, is a push to us to continue to improve our supports and services to students, and particularly for my team to improve the supports that we're providing to teachers and campus leaders to see better results over time. With that, we'll take questions.
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Dr. Little?
No.
Seeing that we have none, thank you, Dr. Little. Great presentations that you had with us today. Next item on the agenda, 7.4, strategic planning updates by Dr. Sorensen.
That's me. I am so excited for this presentation. Oops, hold on. So I am very excited to share with the board and the community 7 months worth of work. Blanca, right? Hasn't it been? It's been a journey. And we are coming up to our culminating activity, which will be Community Design Day on May 3rd, which I'm going to say May 3rd about 100 times during this presentation because we want the entire community to come out May 3rd to What is Lincoln? May 3rd, What is Lincoln for Community Design Day. But we are very excited to share with you what we've learned so far, because we've learned a lot. And it has been my honor, I'm going to get emotional. It's been my honor, my pleasure, like a year's worth of work, but so rewarding to just engage, truly engage and listen to what this district, what this community, my district, my community wants from us. The hopes, the dreams, the belief is real. The pride, the joy, but the demand that we do better is real. And so I am so excited to be up for the charge to deliver on the promise to the community, to the parents, to the families, to the employees, but to the students, because you deserve every single thing that the community is asking for. So here we go. I'm going to share with you all that I've learned, because it has been a lot. So always starting with, so what is a strategic plan? It is a roadmap that defines the district's priorities, goals, and action steps for the next several years. We've been operating for the past year and a half with district priorities. And I've said every time that I present this that we just can't operate from year to year. Everybody has to know at some point, and we heard this actually in strategic planning, people want stability. They want to know where we're going. This operating from year to year is causing anxiety for folks, and they want to know, Dr. Sorensen, where are we going? And when will it stabilize? And so the strategic plan will bring a sense of stability to the community, because folks will know what our priorities are, what are our goals, and what are our action steps, and what we seek to accomplish. And then we will create benchmarks and outcomes, and we will report out on those, and we will create systems that track our progress, and we will be transparent with all of that. And so that's what the strategic plan will provide for the community and for the board. I will be accountable for that. My team will be accountable for that, and we will bring that to the community and to the board as we create milestones for each of our strategic priorities. So want to review for everybody, community engagements and what the timelines look like. So community engagements, October through April, and through May, and what that looked like. We did some district data review, community survey, and when we did that, February and March. Executive leadership team is now working on, planning and drafting based upon all the data that we had. I still have one more town hall to do with fine arts folks and athletics. And then we have Community Design Day, May 3rd, what I was thinking. And so that's kind of where we're gonna really hunker down and really decide what those priorities should be in the strategic plan. But this is really what, the past couple months have looked like. And so wanted to really just put some data behind the work. Superintendent advisory councils. My student advisory council, I have 21 students. There have been 5 meetings so far. Parent advisory council, I have 10 parents. I've had 5 meetings with them so far. Once a month, I meet with them. Educator advisory council, I have 23 educators. You notice they have 10 meetings because they demanded that I meet with them every other week. And they are a hardworking group of educators who are fully committed to the process. And Principal Advisory Council, 13 principals, 4 meetings thus far, and I have 1 coming up next week with them. So they will also have 5. And then I have 1 more with them in May, end of May. Community town hall meetings so far, there were 1,069 total participants across 22 town halls. Those were the focus groups in the town halls that I met with. And community survey, over 4,000 participants, and then the breakdown of the groups of the participants of the surveys. So quite a bit of input and time, energy, but again, all well spent, and a lot of opinions and input and thought from a wide variety of stakeholders across the district and across the community. At any point, board members, please feel free to stop me and ask a question if you have it. Otherwise, I'll just keep going.
Could you remind us what day in May?
May 3rd, Juarez Lincoln, 8 to 12. Come out, please. So I'm going to break down each aspect that we've gone through and really walk through what we've learned. So first, I'll start with the survey and what the survey really told us. So again, breaking down the survey participation, we had over 1,900 students take the survey, over 1,000 staff, almost 1,000 family members, 100 community members, so on and so forth, for over 4,000 total responses. The 5 most important skills to develop. And again, I won't read everything on the slide to you, but you see academically successful is the most important skill. Proficient in reading, writing, and math, strong communication, problem solving, and teamwork. You see we had some that were statistically tied for 2nd and 3rd. What I found really interesting though is some comments. And so we pulled out some comments for us to really see and digest and understand as we prepare our students holistically. We need students who have been taught integrity, customer service skills, honesty, teamwork, completing projects they're given, being respectful, compassionate, able to articulate verbally, not become frustrated when they encounter challenges, right? And down at the bottom, students are being taught initial concepts of basic school subjects, but in the real world, as adults, they need to be prepared to navigate it without problems. Teach our kids about being parents, the importance of college, be able to survive in this economy, going up each and every day. And so again, I want to say for our community, nowhere in here does it say STAR Prep. And so, and yet we are a district that focuses quite a bit on STAR Prep. This is what our community, higher education partner, business partner, but this also comes through very clearly in our parents as well. And so really it is about how are we developing children who are academically successful? Yes, but who also are strong communicators and problem solvers and who work in teams, these very tangible soft skills that do show up as kids navigate college and career readiness, the workforce, and ultimately the world. And they want us to develop kids who are able to do that and do that well. So then we move on. Tell us about your experience in La Joya ISD. Over 55% was positive, 3% almost negative, and 41.9% neutral. You note that there's a little bit difference. Not all survey participants responded to this question, accounting for the lower total number of responses. So wanted to give an example of some like positive responses and some neutral responses, and because people say, well, what is a neutral response? And so positive responses, right? And I'll just point out one here. Say, for example, from a student, La Joya ISD has given me many opportunities to succeed as a student. I feel prepared for the future because of the resources available. And then neutral, schools should provide assistance to all students equally. It feels like only certain groups get support while others are left behind. So that is neutral because, again, as we looked at some responses, some were clearly negative. So this fell in the category of neutral. So just want to give some examples. So there we go. So then from the survey, we broke down by category of folks who took the survey. So these are the students' top priorities. Students clearly said, number one, top priority was improved food and facilities. Very specifically, and I think Dr. Geary heard this repeatedly, is facilities, very specifically restrooms. Our students feel very passionately about improved restrooms. But they got very specific in other spaces about the type of facility improvements that they want to see. Two is safety and support in schools. And by safety, a lot of times they unpack that to talk about behavioral and mental health supports, a lot about response to bullying, and administrator response to behavior and discipline in school. Not that they necessarily felt unsafe, like in terms of what we think of safety, but how campuses were responding to behavior and discipline on campuses. And then three, they were very clear about more engaging and relevant instruction. They want more programs that, and the quote is here, we need more programs that actually help us prepare for life after school. Family member top priorities, student success and academic support, student well-being, and increased parental involvement and communication. And one of the things that really came out in the survey, especially around bullet point 3, is that there was a clear pattern that parental involvement and communication was higher in the elementary schools and it decreased as students stayed in the district. Middle schools, it decreased. High schools, it felt for many of our secondary parents, almost none. But yet many of our secondary parents were like, but we need to know the most, Dr. Margot, in some respects to your point, when do we learn about college and career? How do we learn about all of the opportunities that students have for potential pathways? How do we start learning about things in middle school, about the opportunities that kids could have in high school? And there was a lot of feedback that we got around counseling and opportunities and CTE and pathways and programs, and those things kind of uptick in secondary, and we need to hear about those. And so there was a decrease in parental involvement and communication, and yet we have a lot more programs that parents need to know about and hear about. So we need to really work on that. Staff member top priorities. Number one, improve salary and benefits. That was the number one for our staff. Two, staff support. And so you see a comment here, we are losing too many good educators because they feel unsupported and overworked. And three, student well-being. The mental health of both students and staff need to be a bigger priority. Too much stress and not enough resources. And so, and we just pulled those out. And then you see from the first one, we need competitive salaries, better health benefits to attract and retain quality staff. And so this stayed consistent throughout the survey. And then stakeholder, top priorities is retention and support for educators, student and staff well-being, safety and school climate. And again, I want to reiterate that safety didn't necessarily mean safety in the traditional way. People necessarily didn't say that like they felt like, you know, someone was going to like break in the school. It was more about that mental health, behavioral health, and response to discipline on the campus, right? It was how discipline was being handled on the campus. Academic excellence, and then continued with communication and transparency. So that was from stakeholders. And then family priority ranking, rank the following programs from most important to least important. And you will see here the most important program to our families for us to improve was athletics. Second was fine arts. Third was co-curricular, and that means like UIL and all of the other programs, career, technology pathways, and college prep. There were other programs that they could choose from here, but these were the top 5. And then we added a quote here from a parent. So improvements needed, stakeholders overall. And so here were the top 5. What improvements would you like to see in the La Joya ISD Independent School District? Number 1 is better communication and transparency from central office, which we are committed to continue to improve in this way. But I think Board Member Hernandez, this is going to require us to continue to have stronger partnership with campus leaders who are going to communicate with their staff on campuses and communicate clearly and coherently about changes that are happening at central office in a way that communication doesn't just and only need to come from central office. And so that is something we are committed to working on, not only from ourselves, but also in terms of campus communication, because we heard that also a lot in feedback. Improved academic rigor and curricular and extracurricular resources, more competitive salary and teacher retention, improved campus spaces, particularly in special education, and improved school safety and security. So that was from the survey. I will pause there for questions or comments or feedback.
Members of the board, do you have any questions? Marcy's report, Dr. Sorensen?
No.
Okay. So then I will go to advisory committees and the feedback from my advisory committees. And the way that my advisories worked is we spent the first couple of meetings kind of coming to yes on what were their biggest priorities, right? We did some ideation exercises. I facilitated some groupthink, and each one of these advisory groups kind of came up with each of these buckets. And then in subsequent meetings, then for each of these buckets, they did some work with me on, so then, say for example, if mental health and bullying was a bucket that we worked on, what are some very specific things then under mental health and bullying that you want me to work on? And so what I have for you here is just their top 5, because again, we could be here all night going into each one of these, but just wanted, and again, you're smiling because you know how this could go. But each one of these really took a lot of really thoughtful, meaningful work with people, students who were so dedicated to this work. The genuine nature in which parents and students and educators and principals showed up to really engage with me and with Cabinet, because Cabinet was in these meetings, was just incredible. And so I can't thank them enough. My student advisory is my favorite little time. I get to, hang out with them and just, almost feel like a little principal again. But they're really honest and they're really sincere, and they just want to see great things happen in the district. So this is their voice. Student advisory group, number 1 is mental health and bullying. Number 2 is they want more support from their teachers. And we then talked about what support looks like. They want more transparency because what they hear a lot on campus, and they hear a lot of adult problems, they want to know why. And so we talk a lot because they're very honest about why they hear adult problems. But so it would probably be helpful if they heard that from us, I guess, or their principals or things like that. They want stronger academic programs and, make sure that they're getting the best curriculum and that they're getting the instruction that they need. But again, food and facilities were right there. So specific that they want mirrors in the bathroom at Science Middle School. And Dr. Geary is working on that right now. For the parent advisory group, they talked quite a bit about campus and district leadership because they really felt, the parent advisory group, that if you have strong campus leadership and strong district leadership, everything else falls in place. Everything else, then, to your point, kind of, Board Member Hernandez, like everything else then happens and happens well. So leadership was very important to our parent advisory committee. They want stronger academic programs and more post-secondary opportunities, and they want to know about the post-secondary opportunities. They want to know about college and career. They want advisement. And they're very clear that they're not getting that advisement and that knowledge right now, not from the district and not from their campuses. They want they want student safety, mental, behavioral health. They were very clear with me that there is not currently an ecosystem of behavioral mental health supports in the district that they can explain or even point to or who to call. And that we heard that repeatedly. They don't know if a student's in trouble, who do I call? They want predictable transportation. They want to know if my child's on a bus, when are they coming home? They want to know if my student's on the way, how do I know they're on the way? So they want us to work on transportation. And again, it came up again, excellent counseling services. They want to know the academic advisement. They want to know the post-secondary advisement. And they want better mental health supports for their children. And so you can see, again, from our previous presentation, we are beginning to align not only our budget, but our positions to what our district is asking for. Educator advisory group, again, it starts with quality school leadership. Our educator advisory group, again, felt like the district was making strides towards transparency, towards integrity, towards fiscal responsibility, but that it wasn't yet quite making its way to the campus. And so Educator Advisory Group felt very strongly that where we need to spend time as a district is on school leadership and campus leadership. And we unpacked what that looked like for them. They talked about stronger teacher support systems and how teachers need to feel more supported, whether that be in their new curriculum endeavors that they were taking on or in behavioral supports. And coupled with that is how are we supporting students, whether that be academically or behaviorally or with mental health or with attendance. It shouldn't all just be on the teacher. What is that ecosystem of supports for students? They, again, are just pushing us on making sure we have the best curriculum and instruction and professional development to support them as they grow. And also making sure that CTE electives and vocational programs are strong, that they are thriving, that they themselves are getting the individualized professional development that they need and deserve. Right now, they are not getting content-specific professional development in each of these areas. They're kind of just go to this general CTE professional development or art or music or They want content-specific professional learning in their area. They want opportunities to grow in their areas. So that was very clear for them. And then lastly, principal advisory group, they just said, give us 3, we're good. Student achievement is number 1. Bless you. Really focusing on student academic support, curriculum enhancements. They were like, stay with that, but support us, and really focus on special education. And so they were really happy that we were doing the audit and that there were going to be some shifts and changes here. But again, it was about support, support, support. If you're going to change things, we need support, right? We know we need to change because student achievement is not where it needs to be, but we as principals need support in order to implement what it is you're asking us to implement. 2, recruitment and retention, high quality teachers, student enrollment. And again, they talked about salaries in this bucket as well, knowing that salaries were a part of that recruitment and retention bucket. And then lastly, principals were again about the stability piece. And they talked about strategic resource allocation. In order for them to grow their campuses and kind of stabilize them, they said, look, we're ready to do a facilities master plan. We're ready to know where we are as a district. And so let's do the facilities plan so that the budget becomes stable, so that we can stabilize campuses. And that the district then becomes stable so that staff can then be stable. So that is from my advisory groups. Any questions there?
Members? No. You may proceed.
Okay. So then what have we heard from the community? So these are from strengths and opportunities that we've heard in town hall meetings. And again, you saw I had 22 town hall meetings. Strengths are here. I won't read them all to you just in the interest of time. But everything from we have so many opportunities in the district, to optimism about the direction of the district, to the great pride. We know that we love La Jolla. We are so proud of who we are and who we've been. And I think, again, Board Member Pena, you said it. People have hope for what we can be. And so people were also very grateful to have the space to talk about who we can become. They're very proud of themselves in terms of their teachers and their coaches and their colleagues and how hard they work. And so recognizing our strengths and our assets was always very present in every meeting that we had. And, right, it's not a but, it's always an and, right? There are opportunities for growth, and that starts with everything around differences in funding and resources in terms of programs. Some programs people felt like were really funded and some weren't. Same thing in terms of campuses. They felt like some campuses got more funding than others. Inconsistency in terms of quality and service and care, right? We did note, although we care in La Jolla, how does it show up, right? Desire for increased parental and community involvement, concerns over bullying, student stress. We did talk quite a bit about a decreased emphasis on testing and an emphasis on holistic learning. I do want to point out, though, and we do not take this lightly, staff concerns about job security and compensation, and staff report high levels of stress and a need for stability. We take that seriously, and we hear you. We desire that too. I desire that too. And we are going to put the strategic plan in place, and we seek reducing stress levels, and we seek stability. So, want to just again orient everybody into how we do town halls. Blanca is my road dog in these town hall meetings, along with thank you, Heisem, and your team for being here for us in each one of these town halls. Thank you. The technology support has just been outstanding. Thank you. We ask people to work on a platform called Thought Exchange, where we ask them these 4 questions every single time. And these 4 questions are, how do you feel about the X program? So let's say, for example, I'm with special education parents. I say, how do you feel about special education in the district? How do you feel about your experience with special education in the district, or your child's experience with special education in the district? So again, the program is about the resources, right? The service, the amount of funding, where the experience is like, how did you feel about it? How did you walk away being treated, right? The quality. I always talked about question 2 is like this, and if you're an employee, like the Sunday night question, did you want to get up and come to work, right? Question 3 is, where do you hope to see X program in the next couple of years? It's the hopes and dreams question. And then question 4, how do you know when we get there? Like, how do you know that it's improved? So no matter which group I was talking to, these 4 questions stayed the same. And we got a lot of data in this platform, Thought Exchange, and people would either respond to these 4 questions on their phone or on an iPad. And it was all anonymous. And so just wanted to show you an example of like one of the ways that we collect the data is called a word cloud. And it extracts from their responses the most often used words. So this is an example from a town hall where one of, some of the most often words in their responses were changes, communication, right? Education, staff, achieving, innovative, right? You see transparency on the top. So this is an example of, you see a little awesome on the side, right? But this is an example. Another example is then we get also their very specific feedback. I feel the district has undergone tremendous change in the past year that has had a large impact in various ways. The district has had many changes in the last year, many fast changes. I feel good about where we're heading, right? So we get their specific responses as well. But then as these thoughts populate, everybody in the room can star them, meaning they agree with the thoughts that are coming in. Some of you participated in some of the town halls, and so you're familiar with how they work, but just wanted everybody in the community to see that this is how we were gathering data and that it's all transparent, but yet anonymous. So everybody in the community had an opportunity to give input, and it was anonymous. But we have all of this data for which then we did analysis, and we're arriving at what our priorities need to be based upon this input. Any questions? I'll pause there again.
Members, do we have any questions for Dr. Sorensen?
Okay, so what are our next steps and how are we compiling this data? So district leadership is using this community input. We've already begun to drafting and envision student experience. So based upon all of that data, we've begun to work on, so based upon all of this data, what do we want our students to experience? What are our priority areas? What are priority statements? May 3rd, we have Community Design Day. Then on May 9th, we'll review Community Design Day feedback. May 16th, we'll draft aligned initiatives. We'll keep working on success metrics. And then we will continue working over the summer for the unveiling for next year. Right now, as of today, we are thinking that our buckets, right, the priority areas will continue to be leadership excellence. That includes ourselves, empowered graduates, well-rounded student experience, unified community culture, and infrastructure, systems, and fiscal responsibility. So what is the purpose of Community Design Day? In small groups, community members will review and provide feedback. We will also ask groups to brainstorm, where they will tell us specific projects and initiatives to help us achieve the priorities, milestones, metrics. And so we have some examples here. So an example of what this will look like is, so we'll give a strategic priority, and then they'll give us aligned initiatives. So just wanted to give examples, and then also success metrics. We want this to be a community-designed plan. This is not, again, I said it, I think at every town hall, this shouldn't be a Sorensen design plan. I don't want it to be a Sorensen design plan. Didn't I say this at everyone, I think? And so really, please come out. This is, again, your voice, our district. And so again, we will gather it very simply with sticky notes. And we put a little example here of what it'll look like. How important is this priority? And people will either agree or not agree, scale of 1 to 5. And we'll gather the community input. Community members will get a chance to put stickies, agree, disagree, right? And then we'll analyze the feedback and further refine to build the strategic plan. And additional highlights of the day: free childcare. We're providing childcare on site, breakfast and lunch, and student performances. So we're super excited for what's ahead. Here is the flyer. Thank you, Blanca, always. But please, again, if I haven't said it enough, Community Design Day, Saturday, May 3rd, 8 to 12 at Juarez Lincoln. Thank you, Principal Pena, for hosting for us. We are very grateful. And that concludes my presentation on the past couple of months' work.
Members of the board, do you have anything that you'd like to add or any comments regarding Dr. Sorensen's report?
Thank you. I think is needs to be said. Thank you, because I know there's been a lot of work going into this. And I think in seeing this, it is a testament to us continuing to provide that transparency, right? And I mean, I can't say that besides the student advisory talking about transparency, everything that I'm seeing here is stuff that people are talking about, right? And that we're hearing. So this just kind of validates where we have work to do and what we need to continue to improve. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I agree with you, Secretary Pena. I thought it was interesting how the transparency component or section was under the student remarks. I thought that was interesting. But we did see a common denominator in many of the responses we got, and that was in mental health and, of course, the bullying and what's taking place at our schools. So it's good to see that there are a few people that have, or at least a couple of those pockets that have that common interest, and that is probably really important for us. Dr. Sorensen, before we move on and have Joseph do his report, I too, it's hard to believe that we've been here since February 1st of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And so it certainly had been a pleasure. And I was looking forward to this report tonight that you were going to lay out in front of us. And there has been so much that we've done as a group, not just, like you said, it's not just Dr. Sorensen's plan, but it's the district's plan. And so, I want to acknowledge that everyone had a part in the success of where we're heading and what we've done up to now. And we appreciate the confidence that the people that are not just here, but those that are listening in have with our staff, our teachers, our educators, our support staff, and of course with the board. And I'm very grateful to you, what you've been able to lay out. And I know there's been a lot of, this was like you started off very emotional, because it has been. It's been a very emotional journey for all of us, but especially for you and your team. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
With that said, unless you have anything else,
I will just say, though, again, because, I live and breathe this, I really do want folks to know that even in Ms. Crespo's presentation with Dr. Little and Chief Miller, we are starting to make those shifts, because we can't start the strategic plan after the budget is designed. So the reflection in the investment in attendance, the investment in behavior specialists, the investment in behavioral mental health, right, is going to be reflected in our new budget. because year one of the strategic plan starts next year. And so you will see shifts in our budget and in our priorities around salary. And I keep pointing at Brenda, who's sitting there, because she is holding me accountable for that. But you will see a reflection to salaries and the things that we're working on, because next year is year one of the strategic plan. And so as we bring forth a budget to you in the next, coming months, you will see a shift. Now, again, I want to keep saying this, and I say it at every strategic planning meeting and every town hall. It cannot be done in 1 year. It cannot. That is not realistic, and it can't. And I think everybody knows that, and they're good with it. But you will start to see the alignment of our budget with the strategic priorities and the strategic plan as our community has told us what is important and what is valuable.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Sorensen. Seeing that we have no more remarks or questions for Dr. Sorensen, Joseph, we're going to move over to agenda item number 8, specifically 8.1, which is the Lone Star Governance Time Use Tracker Report, March 26th through April 9th, 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Board President, members of the board, Dr. Sorensen. My pleasure to bring you this meeting's Lone Star Governance Time Use Tracker Report. So with Lone Star Governance, we're all about improving student outcomes, right? It's all about good board governance and improving student outcomes. We live by the mantra. We've heard it several times peppered into this meeting and throughout the day, probably another dozen times. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. So we have 2 reports we're going to share this evening, the March 26th report and then the April 9th report. The March 26th report, of course, that was a specially called board meeting, primarily for student recognitions. But we also had a public hearing around our taper report. So reflected in the minutes, it's pretty standard and to be expected, were 0 student outcome minutes. And then we logged 74 minutes as a result of our public hearing, public comments, and time in closed session. The April 9th meeting represents, I think, a point for calibration. So what you'll notice in the blue left column there, where under student outcomes it says 0 minutes. If you're anyone like me, you were scratching your head. You might be scratching your head right now, saying, "Well, wait a minute. Dr. Little presented pre-K data. Wait a minute. Dr. Little presented HQIM literacy presentation at last meeting. Why don't those minutes count towards student outcomes?" Well, the reason is because the pre-K data reported was not explicitly covered in our goals and GPMs, right? So we have board goal 1, board goal 2, and the GPMs are measured primarily in our map growth or our text Kia, but nowhere in it was pre-K data explicitly stated. So the pre-K data presented at last meeting gets placed under systems and processes rather than progress and accountability. We also know that without question, the pre-K data in the HQIM presentation, right, undeniably are directly about impacting student outcomes. So as we move forward, we will closely align our presentations in all our work that we're doing each day to maximize count toward discussion of student outcomes counting on the tracker. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Joseph? Joseph, I have a question. So, I mean, this is certainly informative. Like, I would have thought the opposite, like you said, that what Dr. Little covers with us, we would get I always like to say credit, right? Like we get credit for it. We got to get credit, Deanna, please. I mean,
Right.
Deanna's next, so I'm kind of dreading that. Not your presentation, Deanna, but just the report. Is there anything that we can do prior to a meeting so that we don't have the zeros? I mean, is there something that you can share with us and say,
So I think Dr. Cabrera
Okay.
could share, there are certainly some structural things we can
Okay.
do within the agenda, and the way that we package our presentations, that will allow us to tally those.
you know, and I really enjoy your presentations because as I watch other board presentations around the state, it's really good for us to, that was one of the things that we went through during our training was of student outcomes, right? And so that was obviously a priority. So it's good to be reminded, especially at the meetings, how much time we're actually spending on that. So I appreciate that. And I'm glad now we're going to be able to hear what we can do to prevent the zeros, right? And so we can have more time or given credit, I should say, minutes, in the results of student outcomes. So thank you, Joseph. That's very informative.
Thank you.
So I guess that completes his presentation. Deanna, so you have agenda item number 9, Texas Education Conservators Report, specifically the TEA Conservators Report delivered by you. And I think you're going to go ahead and share with us how we may be able to improve.
Yes, before I do, I just wanted to comment, great job, Joseph, on that report. And him sharing this with you helps you to understand what this is all about. Why are we doing this? What's the point? The point is we need to be very strategic about how we plan our agendas and how we plan our reports. So those things that were discussed last time, they weren't connected to any of the goals. So next time you're going to see some readjustment and realignment of the agenda so that we can align everything that we're talking about with instruction. It's going to be connected to one of the goals. And again, with LSG, we ask you to focus on 1 to 5 goals because if you remember in your training, any more than 5, you decrease the chances of actually meeting those goals. So we want to be laser focused on those 5 goals. And I think having him share with you is a great part in this process, and helping you understand where we are and where we're going. I have no doubt we're going to get there. This is just part of the process, right? Trust the process kind of a thing. So thank you again, Joseph, for that. So the report that I have for you today, I know we are, am I going the right way? In the interest of time, I'm just going to give you a quick overview. The monthly progress report that I'll be submitting, that I have been submitting, consists of goals, goal progress measures, activities for each of those goal progress measures. There's going to be a timeline, an implementation timeline. When do we expect to meet this goal? There's always a person responsible for all the activities. There's going to be somebody's name there, or the position is going to be there. Phases of implementation. With every report, I've got to identify where are we in this implementation. The status, has this been completed? Is it still in progress? Are we in the sustainability mode? And then next steps. If we haven't reached or met that activity or goal, then I write next steps. So what are we looking for next for this? I also have to write a portion of board interactions, meaning we look at the attendance of the board, how many, what's the percentage of trustees that are present, and significant board actions that the board takes that evening that are connected to governance, business and finance, and academics. And then also we put that number there of how long the meeting was. What are the actual minutes? We're not there, we will get there. So those are things that we address in every report. So the first GPM is going to be, now all these GPMs and activities I'm going to share with you, these are part of the governance exit criteria. I don't want to read the whole thing to you, but basically we want to increase your quarterly progress tracker, your board evaluation, from 20 points to 75. We have our next board evaluation next month. It's going to be a lot better than it was the last time, and it's a lot better than this 20 from where we started. So that's going to be the very first GPM. So in order for us to meet that GPM, we have to meet these activities. So these are all aligned with LSG, right? So in our training, we talked about board work and superintendent work. That's a big one. That's a really difficult one for any and all boards to accomplish. But basically, we need to make sure that each and every one of you know the difference and that you don't cross that line, right? And so we want to make sure this is consistent. And if you'll notice, I will start everything with by May 31st, 2029, that's when we expect to exit the district. The appointed board of managers and/or elected trustees. So these activities, these are, they're for you right now. And then once we start to transition the board onto the elected board members, we're going to expect the same thing from them. So we could mark one off of our list that we completed, but we may get new members on. And if we take a step back, we have to report that out on our report. The next one is basically developing and implementing board operating procedures. We have not done this yet. We are going to do this. Dr. Sorensen and I have talked about having a summer summit with you guys to recalibrate, and this is where we would probably start this process. So that's in the works. Then the third one is ensuring that no individual or group of individuals is a barrier to the progress of achieving district goals, constraints, and priorities. If you recall in your training, we had lots of questions around that. So we wanted you to think about whether you individually or as a board have been a barrier to the progress of the district, whether it's meeting the board goals, whether it's, progress in a meeting, whatever that looks like. And so this is one of the activities that we're going to expect for the board to accomplish. The second one is around fulfilling statutory duties of the trustees, right? Upholding the laws, the rules, and all ethical procedures and policies. So in this one, a lot of these are in reference to the prior board. But again, we have to write this. This is the plan for the La Jolla Board of Managers, as you all sit right now, and then Board of Trustees. So this first one is around how board members communicate with the public, with other trustees, and with staff. We want to make sure that it doesn't violate the board member ethics policy rules or rules of order for board meetings. And this means board members really do not have any business talking to staff members about employment, right? About specific things. You hired your superintendent to do that, and she has a team of chiefs, and they have folks that work under them. If anyone has any questions for you about employment or about their pay or something like that, that is not anything that any board member should ever discuss with anyone. So this is something that we know we have to work on from the previous board, right? The next one is about, this one is a big one. This one is directly from BBFB legal of your policy. We're saying that this board should consistently demonstrate an understanding of this policy by never intentionally or knowingly commit bribery, engage in official oppression, misuse any official information, nepotism, or accept illegal gifts. We don't have to rehash everything else, but we know this was a big problem for the prior board. Again, this is here because we want to make sure that moving forward, the La Jolla ISD board, whoever is up here, is clear about that these things cannot happen, right? The last one here is consistently demonstrate ability to uphold and abide the ethics policy and rules of order for board meetings. So all of these activities, I can say with confidence, you guys you've done this. You don't have any issues with any of these activities. So for the purposes of my report, and you'll see it next month, I'm going to mark these as completed. Now, should any issues come up, I can change that and we can go back to work in progress, right? So I just wanted to mention that, and people might say, well, why bother putting it up here if this is not happening right now? This happened. That's why I'm here, because this did happen. And so we have to address it in that manner. And then the third one is about consistently engaging in effective systems and processes, right? And this is about that 50% of board time and meetings spent on student outcomes. That is self-explanatory, right? We need to meet that number, and we will. That's just on there, and we're going to be a work in progress until we get there. But as you've heard tonight with the superintendent's report, a lot of work has been done up to now. A lot of work that I'm proud of. As I heard it, I just felt my face was smiling the whole time, because a lot of work has been done in just 1 year. So I'm excited to see where we end up in 2029. That sounds like a long way from now, but it really isn't. Moving forward, here's the process and here's a timeline. Every month I fill out that report. I send it to the agency by the 5th of the month. Once it's approved, they send it to the superintendent, the board president, and the chief financial officer. She gets a copy of it also because it has an expense report attached to that, and that's how I get paid. Then I will share the report at the board meeting. It's going to be the second board meeting of the month, and that would be the approved report. Then it's going to be posted at on the website for public viewing. A word of information, we can always add more. If there's any issues, or if there's something that we think about or see that was a problem that we really need to address here, then we can always add. And so that's the beauty of this. This is a living, working document, and this is to help keep us on track to improve all the systems at La Jolla, so that by the time we all leave in 2029, La Jolla ISD is in a lot better place than when we got here. Any questions?
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Diana? I have a couple of questions. I'll make these quick.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Come on, Diana. So you keep referencing the year 2029. I mean, that's not in stone.
That's
Am I
what?
correct? That's not in stone, am I correct?
That's not.
That's not in stone. I mean, that's not
in stone.
telling us that, because what I want the general public to understand is that that's not the day that we're going to be leaving, and so the people, there's going to be a process.
That's an average. Thank you for lifting that up, Board President. It's typically, for an intervention of this size, it's about 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I use that date. And we want to put a date on there because we would like it to end at that point. If the work is not done, then we're not leaving.
And it could be earlier.
It could be earlier,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, I just want to stress that.
It definitely could be earlier.
Okay, good.
We all leave when this work is done, when everything on this report is marked complete, right? Right now, there's not going to be a lot of things that are marked complete, but as we progress, you're going to see that happening, and it's the work being done.
Well, thank you. And I wanted those that were viewing or those that are present to understand, like, don't want people to start planning for 2029 and, but it's probably a reality. I mean,
it helps us to plan, right? It helps us to see that we're not worrying. I'm not worried that we're not at 50% right now, because look at the time that we have.
No, I agree.
We're going to get there.
I agree.
We're going to get there.
Page 103, you had the bullet points. There were 3 on that page. The first 2, Diana, I want to thank you. 103, next one right there.
That one,
I want to thank you for reminding us what our role is. I mean, that's really important. And how sensitive these positions that we have are. We have to remember to be very careful on how we act or what we do, because 24/7. We may not think this, but we represent this great district of ours. And so whether we're here or out in the community, what we say and what we do is a reflection of this fine institution, right? And so I just want to remind everybody that this is really important for us to follow. And I appreciate you reminding us of this every time we see you. It's kind of like going to church, right? And they tell you, do not steal, do not steal. We understand we shouldn't steal, but it's important to be reminded of these important values. So thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Diana? Thank you, Diana. We appreciate it. And thank you for coming down here and for participating in today's meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, next agenda item is number 10. Do I have a motion? It's a consent agenda item. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is closed session. Let me see. We will be going into closed session according to Texas Government Code 551.001, 551.07071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.129, and 551.021 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the act, including but not limited to the sections and purposes listed below. We are now going into closed session, and it is approximately 9:02, or it's exactly 9:02 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back from closed session. It's 11:22 p.m. Our first action and discussion item is 13.1. Consider request for additional days school year waiver for missed instructional time due to inclement weather. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.1.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item is 13.2, approval of Juarez Lincoln High School culinary lab renovations, CSP number 2025-33. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.2.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 13.3, approval of Texas Teacher Evaluation and Support System. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.3.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item is 13.4, consider and take possible action to non-renewal term Chapter 21 contracts of administrators and teachers at Thelma R. Salinas STEM Early College High School, Jimmy Carter Early College High School, Academy of Health and Science Professions and STEM, and La Jolla Early College High School in accordance with the Early College Program Change Reduction in Force. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the proposed non-renewal of term Chapter 21 contracts of administrators and teachers at Thelma R. Salinas STEM Early College High School, Jimmy Carter Early College High School, Academy of Health and Science Professions in STEM, and La Jolla Early College High School, in accordance with the Early College Program Change Reduction in Force affecting the campuses, and to authorize the superintendent or her designee to provide notice to the affected employees of this action. I further move to authorize the superintendent or her designee to retain one or more licensed attorneys to serve as a board designees on any hearing requested on the proposed non-renewal authorized under this motion.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 13.5, consider and take possible action regarding level 3 DGBA grievance filed by Rosa Morales. Do I have a motion?
I move that the board upholds the level 2 decision of the administration and denies the grievance.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 13.6, consider and take possible action to propose non-renewal of Chapter 21 term contracts of Leo Elementary School administrators Carrie Verial and Adriana Cifuentes and Deputy Chief of Human Capital and Talent Development Angela Gonzalez. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the proposed non-renewal of the Chapter 21 term contracts of Leo Elementary School administrators Carely Villarreal and Adriana Cifuentes and Deputy Chief of Human Capital and Talent Development Angela Gonzalez, and to authorize the superintendent or her designee to provide the employees with notification of the same. I further move to authorize the superintendent or her designee to retain one or more licensed attorneys to serve as a board designees on any hearings requested on the proposed non-renewals authorized under this motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 13.7, consider a recommendation of hearing examiner and take possible action to adopt findings of fact and conclusions of law in the matter of La Jolla Independent School District versus Karen Verial Leonis, docket number 077-LH-12-2024, before the Honorable Javier Gonzalez, independent hearing examiner, consider and take possible action to terminate term contract of Karen Verial Leonis. Do I have a motion?
I move to adopt the finding of fact and conclusion of law issued by the independent hearing examiner with modifications as recommended by the administration in the matter of La Jolla Independent School District versus Karen Villarreal Llanos, TEA docket number 077-LH-12-2024, and to terminate the term contract of Karen Villarreal Llanos effective immediately.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is our calendar. April 23rd, 2025, National Administrative Professional Day. April 30th, 2025, Dia de los Niños. May 2025, Mental Health Awareness Month. May 1st, 2025, National Principals Day. May 1st, 2025, School Lunch Hero Day, May 1st, 2025, La Joya ISD Centennial Tree Planting Ceremony, May 3rd, 2025, La Joya ISD Community Day, May 3rd? I want to make sure.
May 3rd, May 3rd.
May 7th, 2025, regular called board meeting. Board members, do I have any remarks from any of you before we adjourn, or Superintendent Sorensen?
I do. I want to acknowledge that today, April 23rd, is National Administrative Professionals Day. And I happen personally to have two of the absolute best administrative professionals sitting right across from me, Elda and Madi. So I want to thank you publicly for just helping me exist. And so thank you so much, but not just to you, to all of the administrative assistants across our district who really do support all of the leadership across the district and really make our campuses run, help our offices run. I know personally how valuable you are every single day, and I'm positive that all of our leaders across the district feel the exact same way about the people who support them. So thank you for all that you do, not only to support me, to support Mr. Nagella, but to all of our administrative professionals across the district. Thank you so much. You are so valuable. So thank you.
Thank you for acknowledging that, Alma. Thank you. You and Maya, you guys do a superb job. I heard she was going to buy dinner. I mean, I could be mistaken. Any other remarks before we adjourn? I do have a letter that I would like to read for the record for those present and, of course, those that are viewing tonight. This comes from TEA, and it was addressed to myself and to Dr. Sorensen. The purpose of this letter is to notify you that on February 26, 2025, the Texas Educational Agency, TEA, conducted a quarterly review of all the conservators and management teams appointed to oversee district operations throughout the state of Texas. On March 20th, 2025, I reviewed and approved the agency's final recommendation. This review was conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Texas Education Code 39A.003B. In addition to the review of the conservators and management teams, TEA conducted a review of all TEA monitors and board of managers placements. At this time, it is my decision to continue the appointment of the conservator and board of managers for the La Joya Independent School District. Any questions that you may have should be addressed to Garrett Black in the Division of Governance Interventions, and then, of course, his email address is attached. And again, this letter comes to us from TEA Steve Lechaloup, Deputy Commissioner of Grievance. So, thank you. I just thought I would read that out.
Board President, if I could just draw everyone's attention to what is probably on the screen at this point. Thank you, Blanca, for putting it up. But as we celebrate our centennial year, next Thursday, we invite the community to come out and celebrate with us a tree planting ceremony as we commemorate 100 years past, but also 100 years forward. We want to be able to have a memory. I mean, I won't be here 100 years from now. No matter how long I'm staying, 100 years from now, I don't know how we won't be here. But for generations to come, we want to leave something lasting. And so many of the people before us planted trees for really significant people in the history of our district. And so we want to do the same. And so we invite community members to come out and join us for our centennial celebration for this month, for our tree planting ceremony here at Central Office at 11 a.m. So wanted to bring everyone's attention to that. Thank you, Blanca, for putting this up and helping me put it together. I'm really grateful. And our campuses, just so everyone knows, planted trees at every single campus across the district this week to commemorate our centennial as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. With your permission, would it be okay if we extended the invitation to Mr. Silva and Mr. Chapa, who have been doing the presentations for the Centennial? It'd be kind of nice to have them here because I'd like to hear from them in 100 years from today. No, I'm just kidding.
Absolutely.
If there is no further business, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn this meeting at 11:32 p.m.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, meeting is adjourned.